Welcome, everyone. I'm calling the Oktoberfest City Council meeting to order. And before we move on to tonight's agenda items, I'd like to acknowledge our remote meeting format. On March 6th, I issued an emergency proclamation declaring a civil emergency in the city due to the COVID-19 outbreak. On March 24th, the governor issued Proclamation 20-28, prohibiting meetings that fall under the Open Public Meetings Act, such as our city council meetings, from being conducted in person. The prohibition has been extended through November 9th. Tonight's meeting will be held entirely remotely. The meeting will be recorded, streamed live, and available for later viewing on the city's YouTube channel. A call-in number was provided on the meeting agenda for members of the public who wish to call in by phone, to listen live to the meeting, or to make comments. For those members of the public on the call, welcome. For those of you who have submitted the online form to make comments, your name will be called under the audience comment portion of the meeting. If there's anyone that is on the call who did not sign up but would like to make comments tonight, please press *3 on your phone and we will get you added to the speakers list. So at this point, I'd like to take a moment and do a roll call of our council members in attendance. Please stay here when I call your name. Councilmember DeMichelle.
Here.
Thank you. Councilmember Goodman.
Here.
Thank you. Councilmember Hall.
Here.
Thanks. Council President Hunt.
Here.
Thank you. Councilmember Marks.
Here.
Thank you. Deputy Council President Ray.
Here.
And Councilmember Walsh.
Here.
Great. That's all 7 council members this evening. We also have the city staff participating in tonight's meeting, including our city administrator, Wally Bobkowitz, our deputy city administrator, Andrea Snyder, Parks and Community Services Director, Jeff Watling, our Human Services and Social Sustainability Coordinator, Monica Negrilla, our Sustainability Coordinator, Megan Curtis Murphy, our City Attorney, Jim Haney, and our Deputy City Clerk, Tisha Gieser. There may also be some other city staff in attendance. I know that Leo Fleur, the Director of the King County Department of Community and Human Services, is also joining us this evening. So I'm going to reiterate a few of our meeting guidelines. Please speak clearly and pause frequently. State your name each time before speaking. Please mute your microphone when you are not speaking. And for members of the public, if you are also streaming the live video feed, please turn off the sound as there is a delay. So the next item on our agenda this evening is the Pledge of Allegiance. And if I could get everyone to keep your microphone muted, I do welcome you to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. The next item on the agenda this evening is audience comments. And so, City Clerk, has anyone signed up to speak or indicated a desire to speak this evening?
Yes, we have 4 callers tonight.
Thank you. So for those making comments, please make sure to direct your comments to the whole council and not individuals. And while this is not a question and answer session, we will contact you to follow up if needed. When you are recognized, please unmute your microphone, state your name, address, and relationship to the city. Speak clearly and pause frequently. You have up to 5 minutes for comments. And when you're done, please remute your microphone. If you do not respond after your name or phone number is called, or if your connection is lost unexpectedly, the meeting will need to proceed, and you are encouraged to rejoin the meeting if able. And again, for those of you who have joined us tonight and would like to speak but did not sign up in advance, please press *3 on your phone. We will call the last 2 digits of your phone number when it is your turn to make comments. Personal attacks, obscene language, derogatory remarks, and disruptive behavior are not permitted. And if a speaker is out of order, I will ask them to stop and mute their microphone. If someone does not comply, I may have to direct staff to mute their microphone. And if a disruption of the meeting occurs and order cannot be restored, I may direct staff to remove you from the call. Citizen comments, written and verbal, are an important aspect of the public process, and the city takes these comments seriously. We thank each of you for taking the time to address us this evening. So, City Clerk, can you please identify the first person who has signed up to speak?
Yes, Elizabeth Maupin. Elizabeth, I've unmuted you.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Maupin, a resident of Issaquah. I live at 100 Big Bear Place. I'd like to address AB 8047, AB 8013, and AB 8044. These are the Affordable Housing Sales and Use Tax, Housing Stability, and the Outreach and Case Management Service Pilot Project. One of my friends at church said in a discussion on race and equity that she lives in a bubble. I believe that many members of the congregation felt that way. If we live surrounded by people who look like us and are not aware of knowing anyone in poverty, we often know little of the life outside this bubble and are likely to make assumptions that are off the mark concerning those outside our intimate community. I've spoken to the council many times about the need for housing that our residents and would-be residents who work in Issaquah can afford. Please do what you can to increase the funds available to build and to preserve such housing. Tonight, I'd like to address the proposal to provide protections for renters and a mediation process for landlords and tenants that they can use when the tenant is unable to pay their full rent. You already know that there are many people who are not currently able to pay their rent and that this may continue for some time. The mediation process will save landlords from the expense of going immediately to an eviction process. But it will also allow them to get past their assumptions about why rent is not being paid. They will be able to hear the real-life struggles of their tenants. Tenants, especially those who've never been homeowners, may not be aware of all the financial responsibilities that their landlord has taken on. With mistaken assumptions stripped away in a mediation process, people have the opportunity to work collaboratively and to find creative solutions that will work better for all concerned than would an eviction process. I believe that this process is actually a community building process that's much needed in our world of great economic disparity and cultural diversity. As for the outreach to those among us who have lost their housing, the move to provide a local outreach worker is one I would applaud. The city has relied far too much on our regional outreach workers who rarely visit Issaquah and are not very familiar with the local community. With our library and most other community spaces closed, I'm sure that it has been challenging for them to find the people who most need their assistance. And then, when they do find them, they can only refer them to out-of-town shelters and day centers. So I'm encouraged that we will be hiring someone to focus on Issaquah if that measure is passed. If you've not had reason to apply for assistance yourself, you might not realize that most every social service office is closed, and access requires filling out online forms. If you do not have a house, you probably do not have a computer. And if you do, where will you plug it in? If the service provider wants to get back in touch with you, do you have a cell phone? Do you have a way to keep it charged? For these reasons, I would ask the city to seriously consider not only hiring an outreach worker, but providing this outreach worker with a space where he or she might have some office hours. An indoor space like the community hall that the city owns provides plenty of indoor space with electrical outlets, Wi-Fi, tables, and bathrooms. And it would allow the outreach worker to be of real assistance to the people whom he or she finds in need of help. So please consider passing that 8044 measure and maybe allowing for a little space in that hall that the city already owns. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. City Clerk, who's next up on our list this evening?
Next, we have Leo Floor. Leo, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. My name is Leo Floor, and I have the privilege of directing King County's Department of Community and Human Services. I'm here this evening, in addition to offering this comment, to be present if I can be useful during the council's deliberations about a potential action on what was House Bill 1590. Just to quickly summarize, as many folks will know, the King County Executive has proposed, and the King County Council is now considering a measure to enact under the authority of what is RCW 82-14-530, a sales tax that would allow the county to really tackle the issue of chronic homelessness, which is a regional issue that we all see, and seeks to provide housing immediately for 2,000 of the county's residents who are living outside in tents right now. And so I won't get into any of the details. I'm here to provide information as is useful to the council. And if I may, I also just wanted to say thank you on behalf of the county to Issaquah, which has been a leader in our pandemic response. One of the most important facilities that's kept people safe is in the city of Issaquah. And there have now been more than 1,300 people across our county who have stayed in isolation and quarantine facilities, which means that they did not sleep while infectious or potentially infectious in a shelter with other vulnerable people or in a home with loved ones who might have gotten sick. That is a remarkable achievement. We have succeeded so far in keeping many people safe, and Issaquah has been a leader in that. I just wanted to say thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Leo. City Clerk, who else has signed up to speak today?
Next, we have Ann Fletcher.
Great.
Ann, I've unmuted you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, this is Ann Fletcher. I'm a resident and a facilitator for People for Climate Action, and I want to comment on the agenda bill to establish an environmental board and repeal the Rivers and Streams Board Code. I appreciate every one of the improvements that the administration has made to the proposed agenda bill, as requested by the Council, the Planning Policy Commission, and the public. And I want to acknowledge the hard work that was done by many people to bring us to this point. It was taxing, but worth it. And now, what is needed in this ordinance and code for the board to succeed? Well, after some reflection on my previous concern, I think that the agenda bill will work with 2 amendments. And in my written comments, I have specifically outlined wording that would address those 2 items. The first item is the Environmental Board Duty Number 4. I think we should go back to the original intent and purpose of the checklist and broaden its scope to all projects that could have environmental impact. In that way, it would address the concerns from the Planning Policy Commission regarding transparency, about seeming limitations being placed on the use of the checklist, and our concerns about the board getting enough representative data about development, transportation, trees, etc., for evaluating progress on the city's environmental goals in their plans. I appreciate that the process for the Community Development Department was defined in this proposal, and it still could be used or tweaked because it is not part of the ordinance. However, the checklist does not need to be linked with the neighborhood meeting form. Provide some time for the Environmental Board to be involved in developing the checklist and for other departments to determine how the checklist would work into their processes. Number 2, in the Issaquah Municipal Code, the neighborhood meeting, that is such a good idea for getting public review. And it could be instituted right away and tweaked as it's tried out. The code for that should include all projects relevant to the environment, not just development projects. And the feedback loop to the environmental board should be in that code. So these suggestions are aimed to ensure that the ordinance and code match our overall environmental goals, but with clear safeguards that allow reasonable processes to be developed for implementation. I keep circling back to the objective of the board about the environment and climate, which we all believe in so much. And what I have proposed, I believe, will help the board and city better achieve this purpose, our natural environment protected. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. City Clerk, has anyone else signed up this evening?
Yes, we have one more caller signed up, and for anyone else on the call, if you would like to make comments, please press *3 on your phone. That's *3. And next we have Connie Marsh. Connie, I've unmuted you.
So hi, this is Connie Marsh, and I live up on Squawk Mountain. And periodically, when I get so sort of infuriated with the processes in the city, I have to sit back and try to understand why things might be happening that seems so off. And I realized I've actually never told all of you what I think the role of a public representative is, and that is to represent the people. But that doesn't mean you get elected and you never go back to the people or check in to see what the people are thinking and what the people want. And so when I am at committee meetings or I look on a council agenda and the process is foreshortened to the extreme, it feels like the public and their engagement is being totally disrespected. And this disrespect is, I think, what causes such frustration for me, because the community tries hard to stay engaged and do the right thing. And when their thoughts and energies are not valued or seemingly not valued, or again, you don't even ask us what we think, I just feel like this is a deep and wrong way of doing government. Now, we have a federal government who's giving us some interesting examples as we speak. So this probably adds to the frustration, but we need to constantly adhere to those principles of trying to respect the people and the processes that it is set upon. And I think in the last few months, we have failed on that to some extent. And then let's get to the environmental board. And Anne was just awesome. That was really good. So what I would like to say is about the checklist. The checklist is something that would gather the data as the projects are basically put into place so that we can evaluate how well all the regulations are working toward the goals. And the interim checklist that was put in, that's at the very beginning, and it would not reflect what is actually happening, nor would the questions in it give the data necessary to make a judgment of our regulations. So I wholeheartedly agree with Anne and her suggestions. And then I want to have Elizabeth be the one who administers our social services, because I think her ideas are spot on. It is our local, small things that we can do in our community. And instead, Issaquah seems to focus on building these big, nearly regional structures for health, when really maybe what we need is we need a room with some electricity so people can plug in, and we need some showers, and that could be the most effective thing that we could do. So I am not for the city getting a large amount of money to build big things. I want our values to be put to these people on our streets who, frankly, many of us know and need our help. That is my priority. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Connie. City Clerk, has anyone else signed up to speak this evening?
No one else has signed up to speak or indicated a desire to speak.
Thank you. I just want to say thanks to those that did come. Thank you, Leo, for being available this evening in case the City Council has some additional questions about King County and HB 1590. And we also had a lot of comments on the formation of the environmental board and housing options to collect whether or not the city should collect 0.1% sales tax in lieu of the county, and some information on adjustments that could be made to the environmental committee ordinance. So thank you all for coming in. I appreciate that. For those that are watching or would like to provide additional comments, please remember that you can always email your city council at any time at citycouncil@issaquah.gov. And any comments that were received by email on tonight's agenda topics will be acknowledged by the council president under the relevant agenda item. So the next item of business this evening is going to be committee and regional reports, and we will start with Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Pauly. This is Councilmember Zach Hall. I have a couple of quick reports to make this evening. First is for Cascade Water Alliance. So the Board of Directors met on Wednesday, September 23rd. During this meeting, the board made a number of noteworthy decisions I want to share with you, and I'm sure Mayor Pauly will join me in thanking the City Council again for providing us with great feedback at the last regular City Council meeting. Thank you very much. So at this meeting, the board voted to adopt the 2021 through 22 budget. The board voted to adopt the new 2.2% annual rate increase. I'll also note that this vote was unanimous, but Mayor Pauly voiced our City Council's concerns of a rate increase during a pandemic for the record, and the Redmond representative did the same. So I just wanted to share that with you. The board also voted to amend our water rate methodology, so establishing a new class of rates to allow member cities like Issaquah to purchase surplus water at a discount. So that's good news. Our next board meeting is later this month on Wednesday, October 28th. Next, the King County Affordable Housing Committee of the Growth Management Planning Council met last Wednesday, September 30th. During this meeting, we discussed a work plan item to develop a list of shared principles to guide county, city, business, and nonprofit efforts to implement new and or untapped revenue sources for affordable housing. I'm mentioning this now because this conversation is ongoing. Some Sound Cities Association members are concerned about it, and I'll have much more to share about any proposed shared principles with the mayor and the city council sometime before the next committee meeting, which isn't for another month and a half. So more to come on that. King County staff also presented their Health Through Housing proposal, which is attached to Agenda Bill 8047 in tonight's packet. This is the county's proposal to implement a 0.1% sales tax increase to support affordable housing across the county, and I'm sure we'll be hearing a lot more about that later tonight. Finally, the committee received a staff update on our countywide planning policies work. And just as a reminder for the council and the community, the King County Affordable Housing Committee is actually chartered to make recommendations to the Growth Management Planning Council on the housing chapter of the countywide planning policies. That was just a lot of gibberish. So to put it another way, those policies govern how cities like us should update our comprehensive plans. So staff had made a recommendation to our committee that we frame our own recommendations around equity in public health, and there was consensus to move forward with that. So that work is ongoing, and I'll also have something of more substance for you all next month. Our next committee meeting of the Affordable Housing Committee is Tuesday, November 3rd at 1 p.m. And then I'll let either Councilmember Goodman or Deputy Council President Ray give their report for Eastside Fire and Rescue, and that concludes my report for the evening.
Thank you, Councilmember Hall. Councilmember DiMichele?
Thank you, Mayor Polly. I have two reports. The first one is that I attended a special work group meeting for Eastside Human Services Forum on Tuesday, September the 29th. The board continues to work through mission, vision, and organizational issues. The comments provided during the 2-hour session will inform an executive board meeting that will be held later this month. The second report is that I attended the Healthier Here Governing Board meeting on October 1st. The highlight of the meeting was an extensive report on the planning for a COVID-19 vaccination campaign scheduled for early 2021. And of course, that's dependent on when we actually have a vaccine. Seattle-King County Public Health is engaged in a planning and outreach program already underway to prepare the public for two important initiatives. The first one is a flu vaccination campaign for this fall, with the goal of vaccinating everyone in King County against the fall flu. And two, the largest public health campaign in the history of the United States when a COVID-19 vaccine becomes available, hopefully in early 2021. As of now, those two campaigns are being planned to strategically complement each other, with the flu vaccine campaign paving the way this fall, possibly helping to reduce the strength of future COVID-19 waves and laying the framework for the COVID-19 vaccination campaign in 2021. A focus of both campaigns is increasing public trust of the process for developing vaccines through complete transparency, as well as helping the public understand the benefits of vaccination. And those are my two reports. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember DiMichele. Councilmember Walsh?
Thank you. I have two very short reports because both of my meetings are upcoming. The Puget Sound Economic Development District Board will meet on Wednesday to discuss recovery efforts by the Washington State Department of Commerce, and we'll also get a report on the scope, timeline, and focus for the regional economic strategy, including the CARES Act funding that was recently awarded to the Economic Development District. So there's some money there, not sure how it's going to be distributed or used. And then the following Friday on the 16th, I will attend the Chamber Board meeting, and I expect we will continue to talk about the items that are on our agenda tonight, as well as budget. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Councilmember Walsh. Councilmember Goodman?
Thank you, Mayor Polly. Councilmember Goodman here. Eastside Fire and Rescue Board of Directors will meet this Thursday, October 8th at 4 p.m. at headquarters, and we are scheduled to take action on two items that the council discussed last week. One is the proposed formation of a nonprofit entity to replace the current arrangement, which then, if that is approved, would have to come back to all of the member entities, all of the members for a vote, all of the policymakers. So that would come back to our council. The other item is the budget for next year. The Lodging Tax Advisory Committee will meet on October 14th. And you may recall I talked about a couple of funding items. And the next meeting, we are going to talk about the request for proposals that were received regarding tourism promotion for next year. 5 proposals were received. I have not looked at them, so I can't tell you who we received them from, but the committee will be reviewing those and making a recommendation to the full council. Don't have a meeting scheduled for this yet, but for the other funding item that's going through Lodging Tax Advisory Committee, they're also we are also seeking applications from businesses and not-for-profits for funding for up to $10,000. I believe it's $50,000 now and $50,000 next March. And the deadline for those applications was today, and there will be a future meeting to discuss those. So those will be back with recommendations as well. And that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Goodman. Councilmember Martz.
Sorry, juggling windows. Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is Councilmember Martz. I also have a short report because it's 2 upcoming meetings. The Sound Cities Association Public Issues Committee will be meeting Wednesday, October 14th from 7 till 9 p.m. Right now on the agenda, there is appointment of the 2021 PIC nominating committee members and talking about the legislative agenda. And then the next day, Thursday, October 15th from 10 till noon is the Puget Sound Regional Council Growth Management Policy Board. The agenda is still TBD. Thank you, and that concludes my report.
Thank you, Councilmember Martz. Deputy Council President Ray.
Thank you, Mayor Pauly. This is Chris Ray. One report this evening. The King County Growth Management Planning Council. I'm having trouble getting that out today. Thank you, Zach. The regular meeting was scheduled for September 30th was not conducted as a result of some scheduling difficulties. In its stead, we had a work session. The agenda of the work session included a history of the Growth Management Planning Council and how decisions are made, overview of the Growth Management Act and the planning framework, guiding principles for updating the countywide planning policies, overview of the concepts being highlighted for change in 2021, an overview of the process for setting growth targets. The next meeting of GMPC is currently scheduled for December 2nd, 2020 at 4 p.m. And that concludes my report this evening.
Thank you, Deputy Council President. Council President Hunt.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is Council President Hunt. The City Council Ad Hoc Committee that is working on Title 18, which is a chapter of our municipal code that deals with land use, met on October 1st. This is a council committee consisting of myself, Council Members Walsh, and Councilmember Goodman. And we went over a chart that we're developing with staff that covers the objectives of what we want to achieve with the land use code updates, as well as the actions we intend to take as far as what we want to change with the code and then expected outcomes and what we want to achieve. We got about halfway through editing that, and we'll continue that work on October 8th, and then we plan to bring that document back to council for consideration at an upcoming meeting. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Council President. The next item on our agenda this evening is the mayor's report, and I'll have several items this evening. I'm just going to check in with City Clerk. Do we also have some slides that go with the mayor's report? Oh, there we go.
Yes.
Thank you very much. So the first item I have this evening is a proclamation. It's for substance abuse prevention, and I'd like to read this into the record. Whereas many of our young people do not develop the skills needed to productively go through adolescence substance-free, and whereas substance use can and does negatively impact the development and potential for our youth to succeed, and whereas substance use prevention has a greater impact than later intervention by changing a child's early life path away from maladaptive solutions and towards positive behaviors and productivity. Whereas by stopping the drug use before it starts, we can prevent the disease of addiction and create stronger neighborhoods in our community, I proclaim the month of October 2020 as Substance Abuse Prevention Month in the city of Issaquah, and I call upon citizens to join me in engaging in appropriate programs and activities to promote comprehensive substance abuse prevention efforts in our community. The next item on the mayor's report is the Southeast 62nd Tunnel Mural. This is probably the first time the council is hearing about this. So from a group of 26 artists who responded to the city's RFQ for a mural project, Devin Finley was selected by the Arts Commission. Devin has significant large-scale mural experience throughout the West Coast. The artwork is inspired by the local wildlife inhabiting Issaquah and the surrounding area. The animals are designed with highly saturated colors to help bring them to life, creating more energy and personality within each animal, while also adding balance from the more monochromatic background. The mural will be painted in the Southeast 62nd Tunnel on the East Lake Sammamish Trail in October. The interior walls of the tunnel are approximately 128 feet long and 11 feet high, and the tunnel has experienced a significant amount of graffiti in the past 2 years. The mural artwork is intended to serve as a graffiti deterrent. The completed artwork will be finished with an anti-graffiti sealant. Next item on the mayor's report this evening is about Vision 2050 from the Puget Sound Regional Council. The Puget Sound Regional Council adopted Vision 2050 on September 24, 2020. The plan is a 4-county blueprint for how the region can plan for the growth that is expected to come to the region in the coming decade. The graphic on the screen indicates what the next steps will be for the county and for cities and towns. Through 2021, King County will work on updating its comprehensive planning policies, and will discuss the allocation of growth targets with cities located within their jurisdiction. Over the following 3 years, cities will work on updating their comprehensive plans. I hope to facilitate conversations with our community and our council as this process moves forward. The next item I have to share tonight is about a community development block grant award that we will be receiving from King County. The city has been awarded $75,000 in a community development block grant funds from King County to provide business technical assistance for low and moderate income micro entrepreneurs in 2021. This is the first community development block grant application that Issaquah has submitted in several years, and we're thankful for the regional committee that approved this investment. Later this year, staff will conduct a request for proposals to select a provider. We are also doing an Issaquah business survey. Every 4 years, the city sends a business survey to all businesses to better understand the business climate and how to best help businesses operate and grow. With the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, it's even more important to hear from our businesses to help guide our policies during the crisis and over the course of the next few years. If you are an Issaquah business, you will receive a survey in the mail, and we hope that you will take the 10 minutes to complete the survey. You can also complete the survey online at issaquahwa.gov/bizsurvey, BIZSURVEY, before October 23rd, and staff will be reporting out on their findings in December. I have an announcement on an interim dog park pilot project. As we continue navigating COVID recovery, the important role our city parks and public spaces play in our Issaquah's physical, social, and community health is further confirmed. We need to find creative and safe ways for the community to recreate and come together, and that remains a priority. This goal is evident in our approach to a dog park. Although our plan for a long-term and permanent dog park has been delayed due to the pandemic, we are launching a creative plan to install rotating temporary dog parks within the city parks starting this fall. Issaquah's first off-leash dog parks in city park space. While we continue to pursue a permanent dog park, this program beginning next month will provide rotating temporary dog parks from a half-acre to 3/4 acres in size. They'll be set up at a variety of city park spaces throughout town. The idea was discussed with residents and dog park enthusiasts at a September 17th virtual public meeting. The positive response and helpful feedback was then shared and discussed with the Parks Board on September 28th. Once again, the feedback was supportive for pursuing this interim solution while the long-term permanent site continues over the next 2 to 4 years. The first 3 sites for these pop-up dog parks have been identified. These 3 sites will get us through the first year of the program, and the sites and timeframes are the lawn area of the Pickering Barn from November 2020 to January 2021, Squaw Valley Park at the south end of town from February 2021 to May 2021, and the Issaquah Community Center Old Skate Park site from June 2021 to October 2021. All 3 sites have existing suitable surfacing, available parking, an accessible route, and will avoid nearby critical areas and/or buffers. Working around existing programming and historical uses within our parks was also an important consideration. This first year will serve as a pilot for this approach, and we will learn from it and make modifications, like considering other locations for the Year 2 dog park tour schedule and lineup. So look for further details as we make final preparations for the early November opening of the first site. That concludes the mayor's report, and the next item of business we'll be moving on to is the consent calendar. The consent calendar was distributed to council in advance, and if authorized, the items on the consent calendar will be considered together and approved by one motion. Have the payables and payroll been reviewed?
This is Councilmember Hall. They have.
This is Councilmember Walsh. They have.
Thank you very much. Does any council member desire to remove any item from the consent calendar and consider it under regular business? I am not seeing any indication of that. Before we move to the motion, I'd like to ask Council President Hunt, have you received any emails that you would like to share on any of the consent calendar items?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is Council President Hunt, and yes, we did receive emails from 2 residents regarding multiple items that are on the consent calendar this evening. One resident wrote to us regarding several items. One is AB 8031, which was the 6-year Transportation Improvement Program, or TIP, concerned about school siting and how that would interact with the transportation improvements in that plan, and would like to hear more council discussion. Regarding AB 8035, which is the King County Cooperative Watershed Management Grant, the resident recommended approval, but also wanted to make sure that there were actual management improvements and not just studies and watershed management actions taken. Regarding AB 8037, which is the State Department of Ecology fiscal year 2022 water quality combined funding grants, also would like more council discussion, similarly concerned about the effect of growth on water quality and wanting to hear more about these programs and how they would impact water quality. And then regarding AB 8038, which is water system projects to enable use of additional regional water, wanted to hear more discussion and had concerns about the funding, who would pay current residents versus future residents. We received another email from a different resident as well, also on this, concerned about changes, especially changes in fluoridation, and that these be noticed to people who would be affected by any changes to the water system. And then also from this second resident, concern that for stormwater grants and stormwater grant applications, that the locations of any changes be included in a map so that that could be better tracked. And that concludes comments on items on the consent calendar this evening.
Thank you, Council President Hunt. Would anyone care to make a motion? Council President Hunt.
I move to approve the consent calendar as it appears in tonight's agenda.
Thank you. Is there a second?
This is Chris Ray. I'll second the motion.
Thank you, Deputy Council President Ray. It's been moved and seconded. I'm going to go to the clerk now for a roll call vote.
Yes, starting with Councilmember Hall.
Aye.
Council President Hunt.
Aye.
Councilmember Martz.
Aye.
Deputy Council President Ray.
Aye.
Councilmember Walsh.
Aye.
Councilmember DiMichele.
Aye.
Councilmember Goodman.
Aye.
That's 7 ayes, 0 nays.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. That passes unanimously. We'll move on to our first item of regular business. AB 847, Affordable Housing Sales and Use Tax. The action before the council tonight is to consider adopting an ordinance. This is the first time this item is coming before council. There has been a lot of discussion out in the community, but not at this council table here. It is coming forward this evening, both at my request and also the request of 3 council members. So City Administrator Bobkowitz, could you please introduce this and get the discussion going?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. As Mayor Pauly indicated, there has been a lot of discussion over the last week or so about this item, but for the members of the community watching, I want to provide just sort of a brief overview of the matter before us. This agenda bill seeks the City Council's adoption of a proposed ordinance which would implement a 0.1% sales tax to fund affordable housing, mental health services, and related services. The authorization for this tax goes back to 2015 when the Washington State Legislature enacted legislation allowing any county in the state to levy a sales tax of up to 0.1% for affordable housing and related services. Initially, the tax increase required voter approval. The Washington State Legislature earlier this year passed AB 1590, which allowed this tax to be passed using local councilmanic or county board authority, and the bill was codified in RCW 82.14.530. In 2015, when the tax was first authorized, counties had a first right of refusal in imposing the tax. If a county chose not to impose the tax by an imposed deadline, the city could choose to impose the tax. With the new legislation in 2020, a new deadline was set for counties to impose the tax. That deadline was September 30th, 2020. After this date, any city may choose to impose the tax through a vote of the City Council or a ballot measure. Madam Mayor, members of the council, as you're aware, there has been discussion by King County with their intention to move forward with this as soon as their next county council meeting on September 13th. If the city of Issaquah
October
chooses...
13th. Sorry to interrupt.
I'm sorry.
October 13th.
October 13th, excuse me. But there is a window of time between now and then if a individual city wished to take action to impose the tax. If an individual city did choose to impose the tax and the county did later impose the tax, the city would be able to retain those dollars. So the matter before the council this evening is, does this make sense to move forward with such an ordinance prior to the King County Council doing that? Much has transpired over the last several days on this matter, and perhaps Mayor Pauly could pick up the story from here, from the discussions that she's had with representatives of King County. Mayor Pauly?
Thank you very much, City Administrator Bobkowitz. This is the mayor. There have been a lot of conversations out in the region over the last 2 weeks as the September 30th original deadline was looming. SCA has convened many groups of mayors as well as had meetings with the King County Executive's Office as well, just trying to sort out and get an understanding of what the King County proposal is and what the city's support is for those proposals. And there's been a bit of a varied reaction. Many of our neighboring cities have chosen to support the King County proposal and are not entertaining motions at this time to adopt their own ordinance. Several cities in the South are having conversations about whether or not Tuesday night they may consider similar motions to the one you see before you tonight. There are lots of different avenues that cities can go down. You have many of those options before you tonight, and I'm sure we will have a robust conversation about them. I attended a meeting this morning with Executive Constantine, 2 of the King County Council members, and 3 other mayors to talk through some of the issues, and in particular to talk through some Issaquah-specific issues. I wanted to remind the Executive's Office about a project proposal that the Council has been considering for 4 to 5 years now, a partnership with King County Housing, an award of a grant from King County for $10 million, and a partnership with Spectrum, a private developer, to construct approximately 350 housing units close to the current transit center on State Route 900, and also the City Council's desire to make sure that wraparound services that support residents such as mental health, mental and behavioral health, dental and medical are available in proximity to the new project. And this council has taken several votes moving this project proposal forward and also committing funds to the construction of the pre-tenant build out at this potential future facility. I wanted to ensure that the King County Executive understood that there were options that this city council might consider. Being a city of less than 60,000, we are actually not able to receive 30% of the tax collected in Issaquah back to have under our control, yet we do have projects on the horizon, and in particular this COD project, and that could be concerning to our council. And so that they wanted to have a discussion and talk about taking action that could be anywhere from supporting the King County proposal as it is, adopting an ordinance that had all of the 0.1% coming to Issaquah, adopting an ordinance that says if we can work out something with King County's Executive's Office to support the funding of the Opportunity Center, that we could support the proposal, and several other variations of that. So there's been a lot of information in the packet. There's been a lot of information and phone calls today. We have put together a package of information that allows you to review what an ordinance might look like. And we were also fortunate enough to have Leo Fleur, who is a director for these services, available here tonight for you to ask additional questions. So that is some additional background. City Administrator Bob Quitz, was there anything you would like to add to that?
Only, Madam Mayor, that we're here to answer any questions that you have. As you've mentioned, in the packet is a draft ordinance. Mr. Haney is with us and can speak to that ordinance. Also, there are timing issues associated with this. Council President Hunt received a communication this evening from the chair of the King County Council indicating that perhaps the time has shifted for consideration by the King County Council, that the president of the council indicated that there will not be a final vote now on the 13th. So that is new news based on what we had heard previously. Again, we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, City Administrator Bob Quitz. That was different information than I had, but we do have Mr. Fleur here to answer questions as well. Before we move into council questions, Council President Hunt, I wanted to know if you had gotten any public comments on this item emailed to the council this week.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We did. I also just wanted to correct.
Yeah, I misspoke. I apologize.
Oh, okay. So to be clear, they do plan, King County Council does plan to take a vote until October 13th, on October 13th.
My apologies. I misread the email. My apologies.
Thank you, City Administrator Bob Quitz. Council President?
Yes, thank you. We did receive a number of comments, very recent comments. I apologize if I missed any. We received a comment in opposition to new taxes, generally speaking. If we did, and then also this community member who wrote to us urged that if we did plan on imposing this tax and then repealing it, which is one of the options that's described in our packet, if the King County Council did not impose a tax, that we be very clear about that. And also this resident had questions about the scope of use and what we could do if we were to impose the tax with that tax. We received a letter in opposition, which had many signatories, which was from the King County Alliance for Human Services, which was opposed to us imposing a sales tax because basically because this would mean that the tax would not be used in the same way if it were a King County tax at the regional level. If we were to adopt a city level approach, we received an email in support with restrictions in terms of if the county opted not to proceed, that the city should also opt not to proceed, but otherwise in support to address our local issues with this tax as far as affordable housing needs. And then another resident that wrote to us in opposition and spoke to the need for regional solutions and not a local tax for this. That, I believe, covers all of the comments. And again, apologies if I missed any late breaking comments.
Thank you, Council President Hunt. I do see a lineup for questions and comments coming as well. You did remind me of maybe one additional point that I did not make very clearly, and that is that while there are several cities south of Seattle that are asking a lot of questions right now, the majority of cities on the east side have not weighed in on this, and those that work with us under ARCH are comfortable with the council proposal and comfortable with a regional solution. So I just want to make sure to give the background on as many different cities as we have, but we are really the first ones having this conversation, so lucky you. Let's start with our list. I believe I have Councilmember Martz up first.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is Councilmember Martz. I have a number of questions. Some are just, I think, clarifying for members of the public. First off, how much money are we talking about would this tax generate in revenue per year?
Councilmember Martz, members of the council, the SEA has done a quick assessment, and their estimation for Issaquah is about $1.7 million a year.
Thank you. The second question is AB 1590 puts limits on how this money could be used. Can you describe how we might, in what ways we might be able to use it towards the Issaquah Transit-Oriented Development Project proposal?
Sorry, go ahead, City Administrator.
I was going to read from the statute. It will take me a moment to find the particular section. Madam Mayor, would you like me to read from the statute so it's a complete answer?
That would be great. I also would like to invite Mr. Fleur to comment because he did some research today on the Opportunity Center proposal and may have some additional information. The Administrator, and then we'll go to Leo.
Certainly. So I'm reading from the packet on page 118 from the bill itself, beginning on then page 119. Notwithstanding subsection 4, minimum of 60% of the monies collected under this section must be used for the following purposes. Constructing affordable housing, which may include new units or affordable housing within an existing structure and facilities providing housing related services, or 2, constructing mental and behavioral health related facilities, or 3, funding the operations and maintenance costs of new units of affordable housing and facilities where housing related programs are provided, or newly constructed evaluation and treatment centers. It goes on for more specifics for those uses, but Councilmember Martz, I believe that answers your question, that the uses in the Opportunity Center, I think, are covered under the section that I've already read.
Okay, so it could be used for both housing directly and the wraparound services associated.
Yeah.
That's my reading of the law, yes, sir.
Okay, the third of my 5 questions is, when last we talked about the Issaquah Transit-Oriented Development Project proposal, there was a funding gap. Can you describe the funding gap as we currently understand it?
In talking with the city staff working on this project, we believe that funding gap is approximately $2 million.
Okay.
Currently.
Thank you. My fourth question is, can you describe a little bit more about the timing if the Issaquah City Council wants to take action on this, given that, assuming the county wants to take action on the 13th, what does our timeline look like?
Yes, happy to do that, and I'd like to ask the city attorney, Mr. Haney, to help with this. Our understanding in reviewing the law is that the city council would have to pass an ordinance, and that ordinance would have to be effective prior to the King County Council meeting on October 13th. In order to do that, this evening, the city council would need to vote affirmatively for that ordinance. The ordinance then needs to be posted in a newspaper of general circulation for 5 days. We are currently using the Seattle Times as that newspaper of general circulation. In order for it to appear for 5 days, we would need to provide the Seattle Times with the text of the ordinance no later than 3 p.m. tomorrow. Mr. Haney and Ms. Geezer, please correct me if I've stated anything incorrectly.
No, I think you've stated it very well, that in order for the ordinance to become effective prior to the council meeting, it's got to be published tomorrow. So your deadline is tonight if you want to pass the ordinance and make it effective prior to King County taking the action on the 13th.
Thank you, and I appreciate the forbearance and so many questions. My last one is for Leo Fleur, and it's really hearing the sort of the questions that we have. My understanding is you've been researching a little bit about our project proposal. Is there anything you can help us understand about where King County is going and what we're trying to do?
Thank you, Councilmember. Again, Leo Fleur from King County's Department of Community and Human Services. Just to build upon the city administrator's comments on eligible uses, it is correct that the underlying statute really sort of divides into two categories. One is the construction of affordable housing, or what the statute calls facilities for behavioral health. And then the other category is really housing-related services and behavioral health services. As I understand the project, which the county does support, in fact, the $10 million allocation in support of the project is actually, I learned today, the single largest contribution to a single project that we have out in the field right now. As I took a look at it, I really understand that there are physical and behavioral health components to the project. I think the behavioral health components we see very clearly fit within the part of the statute that would allow for that. To the extent that there are capital costs that are associated with the construction for use of physical health, which does not fit within behavioral health, at least in the way that we typically administer the two. That really, I think, would have to fall into that category of housing-related services and therefore be limited to no more than 40% of the overall costs. As I took a look at the project, I think something that I don't know, there are many things I don't know. One thing I don't know is the apportionment of the $2 million gap that you have identified your project, and what of that is apportionable to physical health capital costs, and what of that is apportionable to the behavioral health costs. And I think the reason I really wanted to understand that in greater detail is I think it speaks to the amount of time that would have to transpire in order to sort of accumulate sufficient funding at a city level in position to allow to move forward if this were only sort of city funded. I can say that at the county level, again, I think this is exactly the type of project that we have funded to date, exactly the type of project that we are interested in continuing to fund, particularly in Eastern King County, where we are seeing that we have more types of these projects going historically. We certainly see that there is the need, but there historically has not been a lot of them. And so I think we are very interested in helping this project be successful. And I think that's one of the reasons why you see that level of financial investment so far from the county. So that was really, I think, what I would add to the city administrator's analysis is that when we begin to apply the ratios of what types of things could be funded, not knowing specifically the amount of the cost that would be apportionable, again, to physical versus behavioral health, that I think affects the amount of time it would take to accumulate enough money to complete the project.
Thank you.
Thank you, Leo. And Councilmember Martz, if I could follow up, a slight correction to what our city administrator said. The actual city cost for the Opportunity Center right now is $5.05 million. The reason we're using the $2 million number is because the state has agreed to contribute $3 million. And so if there were to be a breakdown of physical versus behavioral health, it is very likely that the King County portion would be able to fund a significant amount of that based on the total of $5 million. So just a slightly different math. But as the project is still in proposal phase and we're still working on agreements, we don't have that breakdown right now. But anyway, just to change the numbers a little bit. And Councilmember Martz, I'm going to move on to Councilmember DeMichelle, followed by Council President Hunt.
Mayor Pauly, I don't have any questions. I have a comment, and so I would defer to Council President Hunt if she wants to go before me.
Sounds great. And I think what we'll do for comments is if we're getting to a part where we're going to actually have a deliberation, we should be doing that after the motion. So thank you, Councilmember DiMichele. Council President Hunt.
Thank you. This is Council President Hunt. I had a question which I believe would be for Leo, which is about how the county plans to align the use of this tax with ARCH, the regional body that we work with to address affordable housing.
Thank you, Council President Hunt. King County's position with respect to ARCH is one of just strong support at a fundamental level. We are members of ARCH. We are funders of ARCH. And I think as we look into the future, what we really see is that there are two regional collaborations within King County that are really, I think, doing important work to identify local context and be able to provide local control while still achieving scale that we get with regional solutions. And so with both ARCH and SKIP, a similar organization in South King County, we believe that we should and would and have proposed in the ordinance before the King County Council active collaboration with ARCH, both in the creation of sub-regional planning, but also I think importantly in decisions around siting of facilities. And I think it's a really important way to make sure that the county is not, at the county seat making decisions that really require local context. And ARCH has been a wonderful partner in that work, and we would continue to both work with and hope to grow our support for ARCH.
Thank you, Leo, and thank you for that question. Council President Hunt, did you have any other questions?
Not at this time, thank you.
So I am not seeing any other additional questions in the chat box, except now that I am, because Councilmember Hall put one in there. Councilmember Hall.
Thanks, Mayor Pauly. Councilmember Issaquah here. Just a really quick clarifying question for either Jim Haney, our city attorney, or our city administrator, and that is, if the council were to choose to move forward with this ordinance, either just the ordinance as it is or with some sort of language repealing it after X days or whatever, I guess this is just more of a city council logistics question. Does the city council reserve the right to rescind this ordinance at any point in time in the future?
Absolutely. Any ordinance of the city of Issaquah can be rescinded by the Issaquah City Council with appropriate notice at a regularly scheduled meeting. So that's there. I know there has been some discussion among members of the council wishing to consider some language that would be added to the ordinance, either to ensure that King County indeed did pass such a countywide ordinance, or also otherwise to deal with future discussions with the county to ensure that those discussions were completed prior to perhaps then repealing that ordinance. So I think that's really up for the council to discuss further this evening. Amendments certainly could be added.
And City Administrator Bob Quitz, we have a couple more questions lining up, but if the council does put the ordinance into effect, when does the 0.1% property tax begin to get collected?
The 0.1% sales tax would be collected beginning January 1st. Another factor to this is that the state of Washington has specific dates in the year where governing bodies can adjust the sales tax, and that date is coming up, I believe, in March 15th or March 16th. So that's another factor, not only for this council, but also for the King County Council, that if they wish to begin collecting the tax starting January 1st, that deadline with the state of Washington is coming up.
Thank you. And we have another question from Councilmember Martz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is Councilmember Martz. So I'm still a little murky. We did receive an email from King County Council President. One of the challenges we have is all this is happening so quickly and anytime, of course, anytime we ever want to consider a tax, we want to measure twice and cut once. King County Council President Balducci said in her note, I I can guarantee that we will not be taking a final vote on this sales tax measure at our council until Tuesday, October 13th. So if more time would help to get to a level of comfort, you can rely on the county to support your project and make it happen. If to get to that point, please know that you can take a few days to a week and still have time to vote before we do. But I don't think that's what I heard today on timing. I mean, it sounds like what I heard today was use it or lose it today. So I'm trying to understand County Council President Balducci's comments to us in that context.
Let me take a stab, and I'll ask Mr. Haney to help. In order for a regular ordinance of the City of Issaquah City Council to be adopted, there is a requirement of 5 days for posting of that ordinance before the ordinance can become effective. There are other ways to adopt ordinances, both for the City of Issaquah and for King County. An emergency could be used, and so the effective date becomes immediate. I am not sure what King County Council's plans are for their adoption. If they are plan to use an existing emergency, they have an existing emergency regarding homelessness that has been in place for some time. They may be choosing to do that, but the action of the Issaquah City Council in adopting an ordinance does not provide immediate effectiveness of that ordinance. It has to have that 5-day period. So perhaps the council, King County Council President, was unaware of that, or was assuming that the Issaquah Council was planning to use an emergency. In talking with the city attorney, we are not certain that an emergency adoption of this type of ordinance is appropriate. Certainly, Mr. Haney can speak further to that, but we would believe that this would need to be treated as a regular ordinance, and that 5-day publication requirement would still be required.
Mr. Haney?
Thank you.
Yeah, the city administrator is correct. We had some concerns about making this an emergency. And so in order to make it effective prior to the 13th of October, today would be the last date for you to actually act on it. What the county council president may be indicating is that if they do not make their ordinance an emergency on the 13th, and their ordinance does not become effective for some time thereafter, you may have a chance to do that. But there's no understanding on our part as to when they're going to make their ordinance effective. And when the city administrator and I talked about it, there was some concern that the county may make its ordinance effective as an emergency, given their emergency declaration relating to homelessness. So that's why it's been brought forward in the form that it is.
Maybe we should check in with Leo Fleur to see if he has any information on that. And then we have a question from Deputy Council President Ray. Hello.
Thank you, Mayor Pauly. Just very quickly, I do not have any more advanced information. The ordinance in its current form before the King County Council is not an emergency ordinance. And I do believe that other cities, I certainly will not attempt to give legal advice here. Other cities have been looking at whether or not to enact an ordinance under this authority as an emergency, and also have been looking at notice requirements. And some have come up with different interpretations. I have no opinion or knowledge of which of those is correct.
Does that help, Council Member Mertz?
Thank you, it does.
Okay. Let's go to Deputy Council President Ray.
Thank you, Mayor Pauly. This is Chris Ray. We've been talking a lot about timing, and so I need some help in understanding the urgency of this. So if the King County Council doesn't take action on the 13th as we anticipate, then there is a question in this, trust me. Then we have time to take action. So my question really is, are we feeling we need to take immediate action because we want to ensure we have local control over this 1.1% funding that's authorized by the House bill? Is that the driver we've got here? Because we don't know. I'm just trying to wrap my brain around the urgency, and it seems to me like we're moving really fast because we want to have local control over the dollars, the tax revenue. Is that a fair assumption I'm making?
This is the mayor. I would say yes, and I think there's a counterpoint to that question as well. There's a reason that the county is going out and talking to cities and trying to have a regional approach, and I think Leo could probably address it, and it is that the plan that the county presents assumes that they can use this funding to leverage $400 million to complete the plan that they've presented. And for all those that pull out and do something on their own, the ability of the county to execute on their plan begins to diminish. And so maybe we should go to Councilmember Hall or Michelle or Mark, who were the three that were proposing it. They can provide some commentary on that. And then I think we should go to King County to talk about the impacts of cities pulling out and taking it themselves. So who would like to start? Councilmember Michelle?
I would be happy to start, but I'm wondering if we should put the motion on the table first and then start comments?
I don't think Chris is commenting. I think he's asking a question.
Oh, okay, then.
Yeah, no, this definitely just, I'm just curious what the driver is. So.
Yeah. I can explain why I was supportive of putting this on the discussion tonight. And if you'll indulge me, it may be a kind of meandering, but I will come to the point. It has historically been that Issaquah pays human service taxes to the state and to the county. And we don't often get that full amount of money that we pay back. And there are reasons for that. We're a small city. We're also perceived as being affluent city where there may not be any poverty, which of course we all know that that's not the case. And so what does that mean for the people in our community who are poor and who are from marginalized communities? What it often means is that if they're going to try and access human services, they need to travel. And they either travel to Seattle or in my experience, because I was on the board at the Together Center in Redmond, they traveled 20 miles to Redmond to access services there. We don't have a lot of services. We have more now than we used to, but in relation to the taxes that we paid over the years, we don't have a lot. And so what this means for people in our community who are poor or marginalized, they may be worse off in some ways than they would be if they were living in Seattle or in South King County. So this, when I heard about this particular proposal, it certainly spoke to the desire to exert more control, to make sure that the taxes we pay here in Issaquah are going to actually be used to benefit those in Issaquah who need them. And I think that it's important to remember that exerting that control means that we will at some point have a public process. We will at some time have a deliberation. We can decide at that point that we want to spend the money locally. We could also decide that we want to spend it regionally if we think it would benefit our community. It puts us more in the driver's seat, whereas we have often been in the situation of putting in taxes and then having very, very little control over how they are spent, and seeing that often they don't come back here to help the people in our community. And we do have people in our community who are in need and really could benefit from having a more robust human service presence in the Issaquah area. So that's the reason I was very happy to support putting this on the agenda for discussion. So sorry, Councilmember Ray, that was a very long meandering answer, but yes, it comes down to control. I would like to see us exert more control over where those dollars are going.
Mayor, you're muted.
Thanks. So thank you for that, Councilmember DiMichele. I think that captures the motivation of there were 3 council members who asked that this also come to this meeting this evening. If the 2 other council members would like to supplement that with any different information, that would be fine. But I do want to be careful that we're not ending up into a debate at this point in time until a motion is made. And I also would like King County Director Floor to talk about the impact to the county proposal if cities were to take the tax themselves. So Councilmember Martz, I think you had something you wanted to add.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is Councilmember Martz. I just wanted to add that one of the reasons that I thought Issaquah should have this conversation today was this 30% that the mayor and City Administrator Buckowitz both referred to. There's a provision for cities over 60,000 people. And of course, we're just in that uncomfortable spot. We're a little bit too small. We're a big enough city that we have these serious human service needs, but we're not big enough to meet that 30% engine. So it just leaves us in a very weird position. So that's why I wanted to bring this. It's one of the main reasons why I wanted to bring this issue forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hall, did you want to add anything to that?
Sure, Mayor Pauly, this is Councilmember Hall. Just to say that it was really important to me that we, in the very least, have a discussion about if this is something worth exploring at the city level. Even at the point where we suggested that this be on the agenda for today's meeting, I had no idea where I would land. And I just was very interested in what us as a council would think about moving forward, because it was so, the time crunch is so shortened here. So I hope that helped a little bit, including the comments made by Councilmember DiMichele and Martz.
It does help, thanks. And I wonder, Director Floor, if you would be able to provide some information on the county's proposal. It obviously assumed that all cities in the county would contribute different. We happen to be a city that is blessed with a high sales tax, which is awesome, but a smaller population. And how do these decisions impact the county's proposal?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the overall impetus for the way that the executive has made this proposal really stems back to, really a directive of his to me, which is, what is the thing that we can do that gets thousands of people out of tents, off of streets, and into homes, using what we have learned from the COVID emergency, where we've learned quite a bit about what works and what doesn't. And so in looking at this, the underlying state statute does allow up to half of the proceeds of the sales tax to be used for costs associated with bonding, but no more than half. And so when we came back with a proposal to the executive, the 2,000 persons experiencing chronic homelessness number really ties to a $400 million ability to bond next year. And so we believe that using just less than half of the sales tax proceeds as they are currently projected, and we do see, as we have seen with the MID, which is another sales tax, that sales tax is sensitive to the economy and fluctuates and can fluctuate very quickly, that and often down, although rarely much higher than we project, that we could bond for $400 million, be able to go out and immediately secure single room settings, which was really important. What we have seen in the COVID emergency is that shelter, the way that we have traditionally done it in the community, ended up being exactly the type of setting in which disease spread quickly. We also, I think, are seeing that it was never really a great strategy to get people into housing, although it plays a critical role sometimes in keeping people alive. And so 2,000 people or 2,000 units at single room settings, plus the ability to provide sufficient on-site services to those people. And then to do that in a way where we were able to move folks into facilities quickly, as opposed to years. We believe that we can move forward on this strategy in months. And we were able to prove that, I think, with the COVID hotels in some other cities. This is a different type of hotel use than is in Issaquah, but in those cases, we were able to get hundreds of people off of streets or out of shelters in days after signing leases. And so that's the motivation, I think, to if cities were to reduce the overall collections that are available to the county, it drives down, at some point it would begin to drive down the ability to bond against revenue. And then the other impact it would have is the reduced amount of funding that's available for the services that are available. I don't want to over-represent, and so I think credibility is really important in this conversation. I think I am not here to pretend that one city makes the entire effort crumble. I think the executive is clearly focused on this, and we will be able, we will move forward no matter what. And all of the resources matter. Even if we house 2,000 people who are experiencing chronic homelessness, we will have more than 2,000 who remain unhoused chronically. Out of 12,000 people across the county that we estimate on any given night are homeless. And we have every reason to believe in King County that homelessness is about to get worse, not better. We have an economy and we have a pandemic that we know are once in a century events. The amount of evictions that are sort of being held back by a moratorium right now, we believe that it's more than $180 million of unpaid rent that was calculated about 2 months ago. And we see nothing in the cards right now that is going to fundamentally relieve that problem. And as soon as these moratoriums are done, we expect that we're going to have more folks that we're going to need to be able to find housing, not less. And so the scale and the immediacy from the executive's perspective were really important.
Thank you. That helps. Also, Mr. Fleur, Director Fleur, I wonder, from the conversation this morning with the King County executive, there are at least one other city similar to the city of Issaquah where we raise a significant amount of sales tax, but we have populations under $60,000. And there was comments made by the executive this morning that doesn't mean that the county cannot commit to a particular project or particular funding in the city, even though we don't hit that threshold. Could you talk a little bit more about that commitment?
Yes, Madam Mayor. So the underlying statute, and then again, language that's echoed in the county proposal, is that the county must plan, and plan is the verb, to spend with any city whose population exceeds 60,000 at least 30% of the proceeds that are attributable to that jurisdiction. So it is not an exclusive function in the statute or the ordinance. It is that we must plan. And so the executive is right on that we not only can, but I think intend to expend funds across the county. And in fact, one of the things that we really see is that with resources such as this, sometimes actually the problem is being able to expend resources as opposed to cities fighting over access to the resources. It is one of the, just to point it out, I think Issaquah's leadership in the isolation and quarantine is really relevant from the county's perspective in that way, that not all cities would like to have within their bounds certain types of facilities. Cities get to make those decisions. And I think we are going to be seeking partners who are eager to be able to provide services for folks experiencing homelessness and folks experiencing chronic homelessness. And that has been the pattern in previous funding sources. And I expect it will at least be a subject of conversation with this one.
Thank you. I am not seeing any other questions in the box. I'm assuming that somebody is prepared to make a motion. Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Paul. This is Zach Hall, and someone should tell me if I'm messing this up. I would like to motion to adopt ordinance number
2922.
Imposing an additional sales and use tax of 0.1% for housing and related services as authorized by RCW 82.14.530, adding a new section 3.04.026 to Issaquah Municipal Code, providing for severability and establishing an effective date.
Can I get a second?
Madam Mayor, this is Councilmember Marks. I'll second.
Thank you. And now we're going to go to comments and discussion. I'm first going to go to the motion maker, Councilmember Hall, and then I see Councilmember Goodman has asked to speak next. Councilmember Hall.
Sure. Thanks, Mayor Polly. This is Councilmember Zach Hall. I'll just start by saying I spent much of the weekend and even the hours leading up to this meeting connecting with just over 20 community members in Issaquah. I do not take an ordinance like this lightly, and I wanted to make sure to connect with as many people that I consider community leaders from geographically diverse neighborhoods across Issaquah before coming into the meeting tonight. I am comfortable making the motion tonight and voting in favor of this ordinance because I heard from most community members that I talked to that if the county's planning to move forward with the sales tax increase, Issaquah should follow suit, retain control of those local dollars, and use those dollars to support our own community's affordable housing and behavioral health needs. And many community members that I talked to also said that down the line, that can be changed. I spoke with someone that I value their advice very much earlier today, who said that if something can be changed with an ordinance, it can be changed again with an ordinance later. And I think that speaks to me in this moment right now. And those are the reasons why I made the motion tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hall. Councilmember Goodman.
Thank you, Mayor Polly. Did you want to ask the person who made the second to speak, or do you want me to go ahead?
Sure. Let's go to Councilmember Marks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, it's a little complicated because I actually have an amendment that I would like to make, but I want to ask if Councilmember Goodman wants to speak before I make my amendment.
It's fine with me.
Okay.
I don't know what your amendment is, but it might change my comments, but I suppose you can make your amendment and then I can make my comments.
Okay, well, I put it up. It basically appends to the end of the motion an addendum that says, but repealing the sales and use tax if A, a memorandum of understanding covering at least $2 million of Issaquah transit-oriented development project tenant improvements is signed with King County, or B, if King County does not enact a countywide 0.1% housing and related services tax in 2020.
Is there a second? And if you're looking to read it, it's in the chat box. Councilmember Hall.
Thanks, Mayor Polly. This is Councilmember Hall. I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Councilmember Marks, do you want to speak to the motion?
Thank you. I believe, and this is a weird evening, and anybody help me if I'm wrong, but I believe this addresses some of the fundamental issues I'm hearing this evening. This would do a couple of things. It would give the county some time to arrange a plan with us, but would very quickly allow them to plan on the additional revenue that they would receive from us. It would potentially fund an important project that I believe hews to the goals of both the original both the original bill that went through the legislature and what the county's trying to do. And then it would also, for the residents of Issaquah, I want to be very careful with the new tax. And so if, you know, we're doing this quickly because we think that this is going to happen. And if it were to not happen, it would give some comfort to folks in Issaquah that this isn't something that we would wind up sort of holding the bag on.
Thank you. And before we move on to Councilmember Hall, I'm going to go to City Attorney who has a comment. I hope it's a good comment and not telling us that we're way out of our lane, but we'll see. Mr. Haney.
No, I think Councilmember Martz and the council are not way out of your lane, but I would suggest that in order to make Councilmember Martz's motion effective, that you may wish to amend the effective date clause of the ordinance. And I can suggest some language for that if you give me just a moment to type it out in the chat box.
So that would be great. While you're doing that, before we get to that amendment to the amendment, I'm just going to see if we can get some additional conversation going first. So Councilmember Hall, you seconded. What are your thoughts?
Sure, Mayor Polly. This is Councilmember Hall. I think Councilmember Martz said it really well, and I think that the amendment to the motion falls in line with a lot of the comments and concerns that I heard from community members over the weekend.
Thank you very much. And Councilmember Walsh has a question, followed by Councilmember DeMichelle.
Thank you. This is Councilmember Walsh. It's not that late. I shouldn't be fumbling my words yet. So if I'm reading this amendment right, and the calculation, the estimate for our potential income off of 8.1% sales tax would be $1.7 million per year, then doesn't this amendment just basically mean that rather than getting $1.7 million per year, we would only be getting $2 million at a minimum for a one-time project? That doesn't rock for me, but is that what that means?
I think what it does, this is the mayor speaking, I think what Council Member Martz is trying to do is to put a bookmark on a project that's already in progress and saying if it's a qualifier under the county plan, it should get funding, and we'd like an assurance of that. But the county-wide funds collected and the coordination with Arch and other housing authorities doesn't mean we're not getting anything else. It just means we haven't called out anything else specific. Councilmember Martz, is that your rationale?
I couldn't have said it better, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Walsh, did you have a follow-up question?
No, I'll just listen.
Councilmember DeMichelle, followed by Deputy Council President Ray.
Thank you. I had exactly the same question. And I guess to follow up on Councilmember Walsh's question then, my understanding is when the county imposes this tax, there's no end date to it. Is that correct?
City Administrator Bobquist?
Yes, my understanding is that there is no a sunset date in the ordinance that the county is considering. So this would continue until such time that King County council would repeal it. I also would imagine the Washington State Legislature might be able to pass legislation, but no, there's no end date contemplated at this point.
Deputy Council President Ray?
So I think this is a comment, might be a question, not really quite sure what it is. The way I read this amendment, or I understand the intent of this amendment, is we're going to give up local control, but in exchange, we want some assurances that we will have the funding that we could have gotten if we had moved forward with this to help fund the transit-oriented development project. But in the long term, this is to Council Members DeMichelle and Walsh. This would not provide that local control. Councilmember Martz, is that kind of what your intent was in this? Or am I missing something?
I would say, thank you for the opportunity to answer that question, Deputy Council President. I would say it's more, as the mayor stated, I would have an expectation that we would have a proportional engagement with all the other cities in King County down the road as things move forward. But because we had a project that has been simmering for 5 years, I want to see that squared away. I think that this sales tax draws from a much larger portion of King County than just the city of Issaquah. So while we could perhaps keep all of it, I think our history as a city shows that in terms of an engagement with Arch and in our adoption of the COVID shelter and our support for YWCA and our ongoing and regular support for 10 cities, I think we have been part of regional solutions. And if it's the will of this body to keep all that money, I understand it, but I really was trying to support what the county is trying to do while still honor a project that has been gestating for a while.
Deputy Council President Ray, does that answer your question?
Yeah, can I make just a follow-on comment?
Sure.
I think this is really effective because even though if we were to do the 1% and would take the $1.7 million a year, there's also a requirement for some infrastructure to administer that. And one of the opportunities for or advantages of having the county administer the entire bucket of money is there's economies of scale. And so there will be more dollars available for direct services because there'll be less money spent individually on administering the programs. And so from my perspective, this amendment goes a long ways to really driving some important initiatives here at the city, and at the same time gives the county some control or the economies of scale, and also helps us address these problems regionally, which is where I kind of believe they belong. So I think this makes good sense to me.
Thank you, Deputy Council President Ray. I believe next up is Council President Hunt.
Thank you. This is Council President Hunt. On the amendment, I think this does fundamentally change the outcome of the original motion, because I think from my reading, from both the comments that were made by Mr. Floor earlier, as well as my reading of the email that we received by Council Chair Balducci, I think that she indicated that it is a very strong commitment by the council that they have already earmarked $10 million for the transit-oriented development and indicating support of this project by the county. So I think that it's very likely that there is that support, and that if the sales tax were to be implemented, that project would be eligible based on all the information presented this evening, and also that there's support for this as a very important regional resource. So I think that the repeal part of the amendment is very likely to happen. And also, since I think that a regional approach to homelessness and to affordable housing makes a lot of sense, I do believe that plans at the regional level for those issues is appropriate. So I am in support of the amendment, and I also appreciate both the amendments and the motion being brought forward. It was very short timing, but I think it's been explained this evening that for us to consider it at all, we really, with any chance of taking action, we really had to act quickly, and so that was a very reasonable reason for why this was brought forward as quickly as it was.
Thank you, Council President Hunt. I am seeing an additional question, but before we move on, I wonder if the clerk could read the proposed edit to the motion so that those people watching can see it, because not everybody can read our chat box. So, City Clerk, could you read what Mr. Haney has proposed and see if we get our mover and seconder to agree?
Yes, the proposed or potential proposed amendment to the amendment would be to add to the effective date clause, this ordinance and the sales and use tax imposed herein shall be automatic repealed if a memorandum of understanding providing at least $2 million of funding for Issaquah transit-oriented development project, tenant improvements is signed with King County, or B, if King County does not enact a countywide 0.1% housing and related services tax on or before December 31, 2020.
Thank you. Councilmember Marks, do you agree with the edit?
Yeah, that was going to be my question, whether we could treat it as a I don't know if it's a Scrivener's error or Scrivener's change or whatever it is. It's totally fine with me. It doesn't change
Your
the
intent.
point of the yeah. Thank you.
And Councilmember Hall, I believe you were the second. Do you agree with the change? So we will go back to discussing this amendment, and I believe we have a question from Councilmember Marks.
No, you anticipated my question by engaging Jim. Thank you.
Telepathy. Okay. Councilmember DeMichelle has a question, though.
Thank you. This question is for Jim. Does the on or before December, excuse me, does the on or before December 31st, 2020 apply to both the A and the B in that amendment? Or does it apply only to the B part?
Well, the way it's drafted, it applies only to the B part, but and that was the way I understood the proposed amendment from Councilmember Martz.
Seeing some head nods there from Councilmember Martz.
Okay, thank you.
Additional comments or questions? I'll give a few seconds for people to use the chat. And let's go to Deputy Council President Ray.
Thank you, Mayor Polly. Chris Ray. I'm confused a little bit. So, and tell me if this is intent, but B says that the county does not enact a countywide 0.1% housing and related services tax on or before December 31st. That leads me to say that if they don't enact one, we would repeal this. And it seems to me that we wouldn't want to repeal this if they're not enacting a countywide tax. I mean, we want somebody to be enacting the tax, I think.
And
so
I think,
am I misreading this? Or?
No, you're reading it correctly. That is a really great question. This is the mayor. What it allows you to do is to enact it at a later date when you've had a chance to go out to the community and talk about what your plan is for doing it, and then having a vote. So you don't lose the right to enact it, but it gives you time. It gives you time to kind of run the process that you typically run instead of what we're doing tonight, which feels really, really quick.
Got it.
So you still retain the right.
All right. Thank you for that clarification.
No worries, and we will go to Council President Hunt and then Council Member Martz.
Thank you. This is Council President Hunt. I just wanted to add that I do think it would be a fundamentally different conversation we would be having if we were not so strongly considering in the very near future that the King County Council is very likely to enact this tax. So this is really responding to that deadline, and it's presupposing that they will make a decision within a couple of weeks. So I think my comments would be very different if we were all of a sudden considering for one evening imposing a sales tax without having had any previous discussion with the community or anything else about it. I think that's important context.
And we have a question from Councilmember Goodman.
Thank you, Councilmember Goodman here. Can perhaps Mr. Floor or somebody else remind me what the county's commitment is currently if the city were not to enact this tax, what the county's commitment would be to Issaquah to help with the deficit that we have for the Opportunity Center, if city does not take control of.
Please let me know if you would not like me to speak right now, but I can. Councilmember Goodman, I am not here or able to definitively state on behalf of the county that we will do a thing. I would certainly defer to the Councilmember Balducci's communication earlier to members of the council, and then to again state that as a general matter, this one looks eligible Two, King County does have other funding sources that are available to us for which this would be an eligible expense. And three, I think we are eager and enthusiastic about partnership with cities in your region of the county, where we do see that there is significant need, as Councilmember DiMichele mentioned earlier, and we don't yet see the same density of support for those types of services as we see in other regions of the county. So I will not overstate my inability to commit the county. And I will say that the executive, I think, had conveyed enthusiasm for support, and I believe that Councilmember Balducci has as well.
Thank you.
Mayor, you're on mute.
Yeah.
Okay, I put another $1 in the jar. That's 2 for tonight. There you go. I'm not seeing any other comments or questions in the box, although I will give it a few more seconds. And the vote will be on the amendment. So still not seeing anybody. Okay, so just to clarify, the amendment states that this ordinance and the sales and use tax imposed herein shall be automatically repealed if A, a memorandum of understanding providing at least $2 million of funding for Issaquah Transit-Oriented Development Project tenant improvements is signed with King County, or B, if county does not enact a countywide 0.1% housing and related service tax on or before December 31st, 2020. And I will go to the city clerk for a roll call vote.
Yes, starting with Council President Hunt.
Aye.
Councilmember Martz.
Aye.
Deputy Council President Ray.
Aye.
Councilmember Walsh.
Nay.
Councilmember DiMichele.
Nay.
Excuse me, was that a nay?
Yes.
That was
Yes.
a nay.
That was a
Thank
nay.
you. Councilmember Goodman.
Aye.
Councilmember Hall.
Aye.
That's 5 ayes, 2 nays.
Thank you. So that passes with 5 to 2. I have a question for the city clerk. Before I go back to council and ask about comments on the main motion, when I reread it, do I now read it with the amendment when I read it into the record? So the longer version.
I think it'd be sufficient to just reference it as amended.
Okay, thanks.
When you read it.
So back to the council then. Any comments, question, or additional discussion on the proposed motion as amended? I have to scoop to the bottom and see. Okay, Councilmember Goodman. I'm seeing a comment at 8:55, so I'm assuming that's you.
Thank you, Councilmember Goodman here. So this is the amended main motion. So this is when I had first had a comment, and then Tola asked if he could make an amendment, and so we're back. Are we back there?
We're back there.
Okay. Oh, it's only 5 to 9. Oh joy. So from what I'm hearing here, that I appreciate Mr. Floor not having the authority to make any kind of commitment. But the county has been unbelievably committed to the TOD project. What we heard from King County Council Chair Claudia Balducci is that, of course, she can't guarantee anything, but very confident we can get to a place. We were able to use County 1590 sales tax revenue to fill the $2 million gap for the tenant improvements in your project. She will fight for that. I feel very good that it will be supported and well received by my colleagues on the county council. And also we heard that the county has partnerships with the cities in this region where they see there is a need and they're enthusiastic about those needs. And I appreciate the amendment, but I'm not going to support this tonight. And I'm going to say why. I do think that all we have to do is work with the county for the help with the deficit. I think all indications are there, keeping in mind that this is not an approved project, although we've been working at it. It's not an approved project. It's a proposed project at this point. And I have to say that I am very, very concerned about voting to impose a new tax with 1 weekend's notice to the public, with zero opportunity for the public to learn about the relevant and meaningful details. I think we started off with a comment tonight from the administration that somehow this has been out there for a week or two. I don't know where it's been out there, but the first time it landed in my mailbox was, I believe it was Friday. Maybe it was Thursday. But in any event, the agenda didn't come out till Friday. So again, zero opportunity for the public to learn the relevant and meaningful details and to weigh in any kind of meaningful way. Again, a new tax that would dilute a collection by King County that would be spent on regional issues that should be supported with regional dollars. And I think that a vote here will come back to bite us in our rears when we want to go out to our local folks here in the future and ask if they would tax themselves for transportation projects. Reminding all of us here that the #1 priority in our city for 25 years is transportation. Also, we are in the middle of a pandemic, and with us talking nearly every meeting for 7 months now about the financial hardships that people are facing. And I don't really know what we're doing here talking about a new tax. We have been urging other agencies to lower their fees. And even tonight, we mentioned Cascade Water Alliance and our city's concerns about that agency raising their existing rates. Yet we would seriously consider imposing a new tax. I really think this is a terrible process. And I guess I should correct myself because I don't see that there is any process. So if the King County Council wants to impose a regional tax for regional solutions to regional problems, then I think that that's great. I think it's great that they can use that money to house 2,000 houseless people. But taking that for ourselves does not, I don't think that bodes well for us. It means we're not a regional partner. I don't think that helps our relationship with King County. So I won't support this. And quite frankly, I, again, think this is a terrible governance model that we would come out on a Friday and impose a new tax on a Monday. I really don't care what the circumstances are. It's a little shocking to me, so I'm going to vote no.
Thank you, Councilmember Goodman. I'm looking for additional comments from any other council members before we proceed to the vote. And they are showing up. Council President Hunt.
Thank you. This is Council President Hunt. One of my big concerns going into this, which I still have, is that sales tax is a regressive tax. It's actually acknowledged in the in our packet materials in the Health Through Housing documentation. It says attempts at more progressive revenue sources have failed, leaving the sales tax as the only available tool. I do fundamentally have an issue with using a regressive tax, which we would expect to hurt lower income people more than a more progressive source of revenue for this affordable housing and for homelessness. So that's a fundamental issue I have with the tax itself. I do understand why this was brought forward today with the rush. I think that it was a very, very unique circumstance that the way that this bill from the state house has been crafted is that you have a period of time where the county could have imposed this, and then you have a period of time in which the cities or the county could, as well as the 30% revenue going back to cities above 60,000. I mean, it's a very complicated issue, and this really was the only time, as far as I can tell, that we could have considered it while having the opportunity to take action. So I completely understand why it was brought forward. And I agree that it would have been much better to have more opportunity to consider it for ourselves as well as for the public. But at the same time, I just don't see how that would have been possible. So again, I understand the timing. I am concerned about being a regressive tax. I also think that the regional model works well. Many of the people that are experiencing homelessness. It's a regional issue, so we often see that we are referring people to other services in other cities, for instance, that we don't have those services within Issaquah. So working together, I think, serves our community better, actually, in this way in a number of areas. As I said, I think the amendment fundamentally changes the motion's outcome, the main motion, because based on the email that I received, I really think that the county is supportive of the TOD project in particular, and I think they will commit to that, and they will commit to helping us make that happen.
Thank you. Councilmember DiMichele? Oh, sorry, Councilmember Hall, followed by Councilmember DiMichele.
Thank you, Mayor Polly. This is Councilmember Hall. I'm still stewing on some comments, so I might actually enter the chat again after this. But I did want to point out that the state legislature, in their wisdom, created a bill by which they wanted to give a tool to both counties and cities to help support affordable housing and behavioral health needs. So I don't feel in any way that we're taking any dollars away from anyone. I also do agree with most everything that's been said this evening. We are certainly between a rock and a hard place. And at the end of the day, in my mind, this tax increase is happening whether we want it to or not. So in my mind, as a public servant, and after conversations with the community over the weekend, I believe that it's in the best interest of Issaquah to ensure that the transportation-oriented or transit-oriented development project, the project that is in the works here in Issaquah, gets fully realized, and I feel really passionate about that. So those are my comments for now.
Another dollar, I'm up to $3. Councilmember DiMichele.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Polly. So I totally agree that the sales tax is regressive. It's a terrible tax. We have an awful tax system in Washington State. Those statements are true, but whether or not we vote for this tonight, it's going to get imposed anyway. I think that imposing a new tax in the middle of a pandemic is a terrible idea, but whether or not we vote tonight, it's going to get imposed anyway. So the issue is not whether or not we're going to have a new tax or a sales tax. It's whether or not we get to control the outcome of those taxes. That's the issue in front of us. And as for being a good regional partner, I want you to look and see what's happened just because we put this on the agenda. We put it on the agenda, and we have the executive, and we have the King County Council President, and we have Mr. Floor here discussing with us. Sometimes you need to kick up a little bit of dust to get the attention, and that's what we've done. And I think that we need to follow through for the people in our community who need us to stand up for them and exert this control. We can still decide to be a regional partner. All the difference is that we are going to make that decision ourselves in a timely way. We've got several months to make this decision. We can do the public process that wouldn't have happened anyway because the King County Council didn't do an outreach to our citizens. So the fact that we haven't done a public process, that's what we can do between now and December the 31st. I'm going to vote for this because I think this is the best thing we can do for the citizens of Issaquah. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Marks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is Councilmember Marks. I totally agree with Councilmember Goodman that this process has been really unfortunate. You never like to make decisions hastily, especially when it involves taxation. But our hand was forced by the timing of this. And I'll tell you that those of us who talked Thursday morning about wanting to bring this forward, I know for a fact within a half hour they had called all the other council members to let them know that there was this conversation coming without trying to persuade anybody. But I get it's really, really unfortunate. And quite frankly, I understand why you have a no vote on this tonight. But I do think it is an opportunity. This train is leaving the station. We can assure a commitment for a project that has been under consideration. As you point out, it isn't a done deal. It has been under consideration for years. In terms of enshrining this, getting this commitment from the county, I think it's awesome that the county council president wrote to us. But as Ronald Reagan said, trust but verify, and this would make sure that this issue got addressed. Finally, on the question of regressive taxation, I have often from the dais talked about how much I don't like regressive taxes. But I'll point out that the taxation is regressive, but the benefit is regressive as well, right? This is to provide services for the most at-risk folks in our community. So the revenue is coming, is not progressive, but the benefit is also specifically around, it isn't, the benefit doesn't go to the most affluent in our community. So I never like sales taxes, but at least the revenues and the expenditures are more closely aligned on this than many of the ways that we use sales taxes. So I, of course, will be continuing. I will support this motion going forward. Thank you.
You're on mute, Madam Mayor.
Going to be broke by the end of the night. Councilmember Goodman.
Thank you. First of all, no, I didn't get a call. Second of all, my knowledge of it is the least of my concerns. It's about the community. Second of all, we don't need to control it. King County has a regional plan. Third of all, we're arguing against ourselves. We don't like regressive taxes, yet we're voting for one. We like process, but we don't have one. I just think it's terrible. And it's going to come back to bite us. Just wait. Thanks.
Thank you, Council President Hunt.
Thank you, Council President Hunt. I wanted to add that in addition to the email that we received from the King County Chair Balducci, I also did very briefly speak to her on the phone because I had sent in a question. It was relayed to her, and I was able to have a quick conversation by phone with her. And one thing that she said is she understood that the reason why cities, including Issaquah, were taking this item up and discussing it was really our concern around the needs for affordable housing, understanding that our community does really need affordable housing and also services to address individuals, to help individuals experiencing homelessness. So I think that from my perspective, as I said, I think a few times now, I really think it's likely that the county will work with us to address not only the TOD, but I think our continued needs in this area. I think that the TOD is one nearer term project, but then this tax that the county is considering would be in place for many years potentially. Doesn't have an end date as far as I know. And so I think that the county, we would need to continue to partner with the county on how to use this funding to best represent the interests of the community. And again, I think that a regional approach does make sense. We have bought into that regional approach in other ways as well, such as through ARCH, which as my question earlier, I believe that this funding will also be used to support the regional approach that's embodied by ARCH. So for those reasons, and the fact that I think I can't get over that it's a regressive tax in a pandemic, I'm very concerned.
Thank you. Going to Deputy Council President Ray next.
Thank you, Mayor Pauly. This is Chris Ray. A couple thoughts. One is I did get notified on Thursday, so thank you, Councilmember March, for giving me a heads up. I appreciate that a lot. It gave me at least some time to start thinking about it. Albeit it was short notice, and so the process is not optimal, and particularly when we're talking about taxes, and I just have a hard time getting behind any tax increase without any kind of public comment, and we didn't hear anything from the public today, so I can't believe no one was moved to talk if they knew this was going to be coming. Second, I don't think it's fair to talk about local control for two reasons. One is half of our sales tax doesn't come from the city of Issaquah, it comes from the region. So it's really regional sales tax. It's not Issaquah resident sales tax. So this is a regional tax source. It's not an Issaquah tax source. And then secondly, when we talk about regional control, there's regional responsibilities. And if we're going to control the taxes and the revenues and the programs, we've got an overhead associated with it, which we haven't talked about at all. How are we going to manage and administer this $1.7 million a year? How much is going to be carved out of the money available for services so that we can administer it, as opposed to having King County administer it where they already have an infrastructure? Number three, we are regional players. I mean, we've been very successful with affordable housing, with Arch, and working in the larger community, and being good players and pooling our resources to get the optimal results. And then the last thing is, I want to be known to King County as a city that is good to work with, that we are good players, and that if we can't make a case to King County that our needs are important, then we haven't done a good job of making our case. So I think that I agree with Councilmember DiMichele. This is very likely to happen anyway. We're going to have a regressive sales tax anyway. I just think King County is in a better position to administer this resource than we would for a number of reasons that I just stated. Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Okay, so I'm going to come clean. There is an event going on outside that keeps making a lot of noise. So I feel like I have to turn this off and say, okay, I'm up to $5 now. I totally get it. I'm not going to touch the button anymore because the event is over. So there you go. We have had a lot of comments, and we've gone almost all the way around the table. The only person I can see that may not have had an opportunity to make comments so far is Councilmember Walsh. And so while I'm waiting to see if anybody else, you can just give me a head nod if you wanted to chime in or not.
I guess I can chime in. You know what? I will just, this is Councilmember Walsh. I will just say what Councilmember DiMichele said. This is going to happen, and I think we owe it to our community members to have some local control if we can, but also be a regional player. So I think this gives us an opportunity to do that on this short timeline.
Thank you, Councilmember Walsh. It looks like we're at the end of the comments, so I will go back and read the original motion that's been moved and seconded and amended. The motion is to adopt ordinance number
2922.
Imposing an additional sales and use tax of 0.1% for housing and related services as authorized by RCW 82.14.530, adding a new section 3.04.026 to the Issaquah Municipal Code, providing for severability and establishing an effective date as amended. And I'll go to the city clerk for a roll call vote.
Yes, Councilmember Martz?
Aye.
Deputy Council President Ray?
No.
Councilmember Walsh?
Aye.
Councilmember DiMichele?
Aye.
Councilmember Goodman?
Nay.
Councilmember Hall?
Aye.
Council President Hunt?
Nay.
That's 4 ayes, 3 nays.
Thank you. It passes 4-3. The next item on our agenda before we move on I believe it's appropriate for us to take a 5-minute break. It's about 9:16. We'll pull everybody back together around 9:21. Tisha, it looks like we have all of our council members back.
Yes, it sure does. And maybe we can just confirm with Tim that we're back online.
Maybe we don't have Tisha back.
So yes, Mayor,
Tim,
we should
can
be
I
ready
give you
to
a
go.
10-second notice to start the video?
Isn't Mayor Polly, can you hear us all right? Mayor Polly?
Thanks.
Set to work. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great.
We can hear
And
you. Can you hear us?
I can. And did Tim
Okay.
give the 10-second go-ahead? We're
He
back
sure did.
recording? Okay,
Yes.
great. Thanks. So calling us back from our break, we are several more items to go. I'm going to go to the city administrator for a comment before we start our next item. Mr. Bobson?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Thank you. Whoops.
You are muted, Wally.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have 3 items left. I'd like to propose that we take the Environment Board item and move it to your meeting on October the 19th. We would really like to get the last 2 items done on the affordable housing issue. It's 9:30 at this point. We probably still have another hour and a half just for the 2 housing items. So we propose moving the Environment Board to the 19th.
Have a couple of comments on that. Let's start with Councilmember Goodman and Council President Hunt. Councilmember Goodman.
If Council President Hunt would like to go before me because she's Council President, I'm fine with that, but okay. Just as a heads up, the Environmental Board might be quick if I was going to make a motion to refer it back with specific questions to PPC. And so if we address that initially, so depending on the late hour, could we decide later whether we want to do the Environmental Board later, move it to the next meeting? Because if we wait till the 19th, and I make a motion to refer it back to PPC for a meeting, then we're delaying that even further before the PPC. So just in the interest of full disclosure, there's specific questions that I think the PPC should address. But if we wait, then we're just further delaying. And if it happens to be a quick item tonight and it's not too late, then we can deal with it. That would be my concern about making a decision right now to take the Environmental Board off the agenda.
And before I go back to the city administrator, I'm just going to check in with Council President Hunt and see if that is the direction you were headed in as well.
Thank you. Yes, it was.
Okay, so City Administrator Bobkowitz, it sounds like at least 2 of our council members tonight were hoping to propose that the item move back to planning policy with some directed questions from council. So how would you like to proceed?
Let's continue forward. Megan's home, and so we'll don't have to worry about her traveling late. So she'll continue to stand by. We'll take it up at the end.
Okay, that sounds great. Then we will move into, Council President Hunt?
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify. I just meant I agreed with waiting until to see if we needed to take it off the agenda, because I think we might move through the other items a little quicker and this one might go faster. We just can't really tell. So I think we should definitely keep it open. And I also didn't want to imply that I was going to do the same thing as Councilmember Goodman.
That's fine. Thank you very much for the clarification. The next item on the agenda is AB 8013, Housing Stability. It is a local defense against evictions. The action before the council this evening is to consider adopting an ordinance. This item was last before council at the September 15th council study session, and I'd like to invite City Administrator Wally Bobkowitz to introduce this item.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. This also has had a lot of things happening over the course of just today. And I'd like to ask Monica Negrilla, our housing Human Services Coordinator, and Jim Haney, the City Attorney, to share some information that they received earlier today about the plans for the state of Washington. I think that that's relevant information as we move forward. So, there's Monica. Monica, would you like to try to give us a stab at what you heard today? Because I think that has an impact on the consideration of the ordinances before the council.
That sounds good. Good evening, everyone. This is Monica Negrilla, Human Services. So earlier tonight, this afternoon at around 4 p.m., we participated in a debrief call organized by the Association of Washington Cities. We had as guest speakers the Director of Office of Legal Aid and also the Superior Court Judge of Benton and Franklin County. And so they provided additional clarification regarding the eviction resolution program. And so, first of all, we learned a few details. So one of the details that we learned is that it's highly likely that the moratorium will be extended. So they expect that the moratorium will be extended. In addition, we also learned that the state is looking into securing additional funds to extend the pilot project beyond December 31st. So at this point, initially, the pilot project was expected to end in December because they were going to use CARES Act dollars for it. However, they are looking into securing additional funds. And those additional funds will also help cover, at least based on the information that we received tonight, they are expected to cover all residents and therefore, as a note, if you remember in the past, when we first learned about this program, they had an eligibility requirement and services were going to be offered for free only for those who qualified and had income at or below 50% AMI, whereas today we were told that everyone would qualify for those free services. So I think in a nutshell, those were the major news items that we learned. Jim Haney was also on the call. What did I miss, Jim?
No, I think Monica got the major news items that we learned. There was a frequently asked questions document which was provided, which gave some information about the program and how it would work. And it's our understanding that that it basically is a meet and confer type program. It does offer a voluntary mediation, and the upshot is that if landlords and tenants, or if a landlord and tenant go through the program, or if the tenant refuses to go through the program and the landlord has gone through, the landlord will receive ultimately a certificate from a dispute resolution center that says that the process has been completed, and only then will the landlord be able to ask a court to enter an order which would allow the tenant to be evicted. So that's basically what we learned, and there's more detail in the FAQ that we passed along in email this afternoon.
So, Madam Mayor, if there are questions, we're happy to answer questions. Otherwise, we'll move on to the ordinances before the council.
I believe Council President Hunt has a question and Councilmember DiMichele has a question.
Thank you, Council President Hunt. I have a question on the program that was just described. So my understanding is also that the a landlord that is wishing to evict a tenant would also for unpaid rent would also have to give multiple notices, and so I wanted to confirm that and also raise that as a difference. That's different than my understanding of the federal order that also gives some protections against evictions.
Yes, you're right, that there are at least 2 notices that have to be given by the landlord under the eviction, under the eviction program that we've been talking about. The first notice is given by the landlord, and it tells the tenant that the tenant has a right to resolve the dispute according to the eviction resolution program. If the tenant responds, then the parties go into the dispute resolution program as it exists. If the tenant doesn't respond, then the landlord gives a second notice to the tenant, this time giving a copy of that notice to the dispute resolution center, and then the dispute resolution center follows up with the tenant to try to convince them to enter the eviction resolution program. That is different than the federal program. In the federal program, it is the tenant who provides the notice to the landlord, and there is a form which the CDC has put out that the tenant fills out. The tenant sends that to the landlord, and if the tenant sends that notice to the landlord, then the landlord is precluded from evicting the tenant.
Thank you. And then my other question, which I also asked by email, is could you provide more information about how this program is going to be available to anyone who needs rental assistance? We heard earlier in this meeting from Mr. Floor that I think he said $180 million unpaid in rent. A huge percentage of people are likely to fall behind on rent at this time. And so I'm fundamentally wondering how this program is funded, or if they're relying on a lot of volunteers, and how it's likely to work.
I can start with trying to provide an answer.
Thank you, Monica.
That's okay. Yeah. Thank you. From my understanding is that it's multidisciplinary program, if we can say so, because on one end, so it's going to be implemented by the DRCs, the dispute resolutions. However, in King County, the home justice program is also associated. They are going to be the ones to reach out to tenants and provide the resources and try to connect them with the rental assistance program. So they are just programs involved in the process. It starts with the tenant. However, the tenants are first, they receive the resources. So it starts with the tenant. Once the tenant reaches out, then it involves the Justice Housing Project and then the DRCs, and then it moves to mediation services. So there are just multiple steps and multiple people involved in and programs involved in it. And as far as capacity, your second question, in my communication with the dispute resolution centers, that's exactly what they are working on now, in trying to increase capacity, and trying to find, volunteer attorneys and other mediators to make sure that they have capacity for the program.
So just following up 2 comments. One is, I'll just read from the frequently asked questions. Question, who is eligible to participate in the ERP? The answer is any tenant who is affected by the COVID-19 emergency, is behind in rent, and faces the prospect of eviction when the moratoria are lifted. And then the question, is there an income eligibility requirement? Answer, no. So that's what we were told today in the frequently asked questions, is that there is no income eligibility requirement in the current program. And otherwise, my understanding, as Monica was indicating, is that there are funds, at least through the CARES Act, that would be applied to help fund this program through the end of this year, and then they are seeking other funding to take it beyond this year. Also, part of the program is to try to place tenants in contact with resources that may assist them with paying rent. So they are relying on that for that portion of it, not necessarily the funding to pay the rent itself through this, but the program is funded through, as I said, through the CARES Act funding and then other funding that they will get.
Thank you. And if I might, I do have one more question.
Sure, go ahead.
You mentioned that this is a requirement after the moratoria are lifted. My understanding was it was a requirement after the state's moratorium. So I want to make sure that it isn't only required after, say, the CDC's, which is very limited in scope, in my opinion. So this would go into play after the governor's moratorium would be lifted, correct?
That is my understanding, is that it goes into it up until the time the governor's moratorium is lifted. It is a completely voluntary program, although people are encouraged to participate in it. After the governor's moratorium is lifted, then it becomes a mandatory program before you can go to court.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. I'm going to go to Councilmember DiMichele.
Thank you. I realize you just had this meeting at 4 o'clock this afternoon, so these questions might be premature, but it's still always a worry about how people in Issaquah are going to access these services. Are they going to some kind of Zoom meetings, or will they have to travel to Bellevue, or will they have to travel to Seattle, or do we know anything about the logistics of how the services are going to be delivered?
We did not receive information on that tonight. In the past, when we did talk with the dispute resolution centers, both in Bellevue and the King County one, they both confirmed that they have moved to providing phone and online services. However, we did not receive information today in particular about the eviction resolution program.
So, City Administrator Bob.
I believe there actually is I'll just read again, one of the frequently asked questions was, will the process comply with COVID-19 public health and social distancing requirements? And the answer was yes. Until otherwise allowed, conciliation and mediation efforts will be handled virtually, either via Zoom or telephone. Accommodation will be made for those who are high risk or otherwise do not feel safe in face-to-face environments. So that's the only information we have. Where exactly this will occur, we're not sure, but it appears that they are going to try to accommodate it via Zoom or other medium.
The City Administrator Bobkowitz, this is the mayor, and I have a question for you. So this is so typical of this year, but there seems like there's always more moving parts, even though we feel like we might have landed on something. Does it make sense to take the body of the temperature, or the temperature of the body, to decide whether or not they want to proceed with this ordinance review tonight, or move it to a date certain when more information can be gathered about the new program information that Monica and Jim have just explained?
Certainly that's an option. We also would like to give an update on our own mediation efforts, because if that would also like to be delayed, then that would be important to know, because otherwise we were preparing to come back on October the 19th with a contract. So certainly if the group would like to provide a temperature, that would be great.
Okay. I'll start with Council President Hunt, who worked on the ad hoc for this. What are your thoughts?
Thank you. This is Council President Hunt. My first thought when I read through the FAQ, which came to council, I don't know, half an hour before the meeting, the FAQ about the eviction resolution program. My first thought was to ask if if we thought it covered everyone who would be covered by the ordinances that were proposed in our packet, and the answer back was from Monica was that yes, she believed it would. So given that, but also given that we haven't, we only had a few minutes to process it, and also given that we have some assurance to the extent possible that the governor's moratorium will also continue, I think, you know, as has happened before, I do think we have more time and the situation evolves. And I honestly spent a lot of time researching the CDC moratorium, which I thought was had a number of inadequacies and holes in it that I thought we could better address in our ordinance, but I haven't yet had time to fully process the eviction resolution program, except at first glance it looks much more comprehensive.
Who else is on your task force? Councilmember DiMichele, Councilmember Hall, is that the rest of it? Can we get your thoughts on it? And maybe what we'll end up entertaining is the motion to move this to a date certain in the future for discussion. Councilmember DiMichele?
Well, thank you. I was just getting ready to put something in the chat. I agree. I think we've got the time now to delay this and process the information that we just got late this afternoon. So I would support putting it off as well.
Just check with the last ad hoc member. Councilmember Hall, your thoughts?
Thanks, Mayor Polly. This is Zach Hall. I'd be comfortable with the same.
So I will check back with the city clerk and ask what that motion might look like.
I think this is Tisha, and I think that there could be, you could formalize a motion to provide direction to the administration to return the agenda bill, you know, on or before a certain date. Another motion the council has used is postponing. I think either achieve the same goal, and it might be helpful to have some date flexibility here. So an on or before date might be useful.
Would you be able to craft a motion and put that in the chat box, and we see if any of the council members would like to move that?
Yes, I do have a question that might help that Monica and Jim likely know the answer to. Was there any indication of when the governor's moratorium would be extended to, or is that a date unknown?
There was no information that we received on that. You know, the governor's proclamations kind of tend to get extended at the last minute, and then it's however long he can convince the four corners to extend for. So we didn't receive any information as to how long that would be, just that it was likely that it would be extended.
And it's currently until, is it October 15th, the current?
That's correct, term? October 15th.
Okay.
So Tisha, if you could compose that, I'll go to Council President Hunt for a question.
Thank you. So this is a question regarding the date. As was mentioned, we have on the upcoming agenda a related item, which would be regarding funding for the mediation services contract. And so I would ask the administration if there would be any issue with pairing the return of this with that on October 19th.
City Administrator Bobkowitz.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, perhaps we split the difference and move both items to November 2nd. We would perhaps have a better sense of things with the governor's proclamation, and I would think a little bit of extra time with the mediation contract probably would be useful. So perhaps we could do both on November 2nd.
Thoughts on that, Council President Hunt?
Thank you. I guess my question to maybe question to Monica would be also if that additional time would help with the contract, because I imagine the contract, we would want to be able to support this program, the eviction resolution program. So if that timing is better from that perspective as well.
Yes, this is Monica Negrilla. Additional time would definitely help with contracting, especially as the DRCs are trying to obtain final details on their program. Even they would like and express interest in having additional time. So, yes.
Thank you. Is there anyone who's prepared to make a motion? Council President Hunt.
Thank you. This is Council President Hunt. I move to direct the administration to bring AB 8013, Housing Stability, Local Defense Against Evictions, back to the Council for consideration at the November 2nd, 2020 Council meeting.
Thank you. Is there a second? Deputy Council President Ray.
Hi, this is Chris Ray. I'll second that motion.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Would anybody care to speak to the motion? Council President Hunt.
Thank you. I'll just very briefly say I had a lot of comments prepared, which now I think we have new information and so considerably less relevant. But I did want to just reiterate that we have evidence and data that supports so many of our community members are struggling to pay rent, are behind on rent, and really want to keep this issue at the forefront, because I think it's an upcoming issue that we're not seeing the effects of we're not seeing in the community all the effects of people being behind on the rent because of this moratorium, but the moratorium will eventually end. And so I really want to prepare for that. And I continue to think that that's very important. So this postponement does not, in my mind, lessen that. It just is the reality that we continue to get new information and have to adapt.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Goodman.
Thank you. Councilmember Goodman here. So as we spend an extraordinary amount of time on this, I think one issue that we haven't addressed is what role we want to play in trying to talk to the legislature about what they may be able to do to address this at a statewide level. You know, we've talked about before, or I've talked about before, that the response by the state legislature, not only here, but elsewhere across the country, has been to adopt some similar mediation measures before trustees can foreclose on housing, because we had a lot of folks who were being kicked out of their houses. They were being foreclosed on when they couldn't pay make the mortgage payments after the housing crisis in 2008. And so, you know, maybe it's time for the legislature for doing something similar, at least requiring mediation in the Residential Landlord Tenant Act in Washington. So I would be interested to know at what point we're going to talk about what efforts we're going to take to try to persuade the legislature that they should do something. Because we have spent a lot of energy on this, but in my mind, this isn't just an Issaquah problem. It's not just a King County problem. It's a statewide problem, and there should be a statewide solution.
Thank you, Councilmember Goodman. We will get back to you with that answer. Council President Hunt.
Thank you, Council President Hunt. I did want to respond. I believe that, and I don't have it in front of me, but I believe that the legislative agenda is going to come to Council on November 5th. So that could potentially, that's very near the date that is in the motion regarding this item, and that could be a time where we discuss the role of Issaquah as far as talking with our legislators and having this in our agenda.
Thank you, Council President Hunt. Not seeing any other, Councilmember Goodman.
Thank you, Councilmember Goodman here. I also believe that we have our own Senator Mark Mullet, who for now and hopefully in the future is also sitting on a very relevant committee. And so I'm sure that he would be able to give us some information about where the thoughts are. So I don't know that we need to wait until November. I think we should be putting some energy towards finding out what direction the legislature might or might not be headed. I think it's valuable information. So I don't think we should wait until we start talking about our legislative agenda, but I don't disagree that it's something that we should be thinking about for that agenda. Thank you.
Thank you both. I'm hoping City Administrator Bobkowitz made a note for our lobbyists to do a little bit of digging, get some information, which is great. I'm not seeing anything else. So the motion that has been moved and seconded is to direct the administration to bring AB 8013, Housing Stability, Local Defense Against Evictions, back to the council for consideration at the November 2nd, 2020 council meeting. And I'll go to the city clerk for a roll call vote.
Yes, Deputy Council President Ray.
Aye.
Councilmember Walsh.
Aye.
Councilmember DeMichelle.
Aye.
Councilmember Goodman.
Aye.
Councilmember Hall.
Aye.
Council President Hunt.
Aye.
Councilmember Martz.
Aye.
That's 7 ayes, 0 nays.
Thank you. That passes unanimously, and the item will be back at November 2nd. So I'll go to the next item under regular business, which is AB 8044, Outreach and Case Management Services for Individuals Experience Homelessness Pilot Program. And the request before the council this evening is to authorize this. This is the first time this item has come before council, and I'd like to invite Human Services and Social Sustainability Coordinator Monica Negrilla to introduce this item. Monica.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening again. So with this agenda bill, tonight we are seeking council approval to authorize an outreach and case management pilot program to provide services to individuals who are homeless in Issaquah beginning November 1st of this year. As a small note, in your budget proposal for 2021, you will find the recommendation from the Human Services Commission to authorize the program for the 2021-2022 Human Services funding cycle. However, tonight's program focuses only on the remaining months for 2020. And the second item with this agenda bill, we are also seeking council approval to allocate money for the proposed project. We are seeking council approval to authorize $25,000 of the CARES Act funds towards this program. These funds are from the $63,000 previously allocated to be used for expenses incurred by the city during the COVID-19 pandemic. And these money were allocated at the 21st, on September 21st, at the September 21st council meeting. I apologize. Going back to provide a little bit of context and background to the pilot program. Earlier this year in February, we sought council approval to set aside approximately 10 to 12% of the 2021-2022 Human Services grant allocations to fund an outreach and case management pilot program for individuals who are homeless. This was identified as a need due to the limited outreach services available through the existing services from the regional providers. The new program would exclusively serve Issaquah as a direct resource to help support the local law enforcement, the first responders, the school district, as well as other community providers such as the library, the senior center, the community center, the meals programs, and local businesses. So a request for a proposal was issued in March, and the Human Services Commission participated in the review of the RFP. And they folded the recommendation with the rest of the 2021-2022 Human Services funding recommendations to the mayor and city council. Another small side note here, in previous years, the Human Services grant recommendations were approved separately by city council outside of the budget process. However, this year, we included them in the 2021 proposed budget. In order to better align the granting process with the budget timeline and provide City Council the opportunity to consider the allocations in the context of the entire city budget. So if approved, this program is set to begin January 1st. Also a note about the September 21st council meeting. I think, as I said earlier, at that meeting, City Council authorized over $500,000 to help with economic development and human services needs, and the remaining $63,000 we're going to cover city costs. So the $25,000 that we are proposing tonight would come out of those $63,000 allocated to cover city costs. So with that background, coming back to the actual proposal in front of you tonight, we are here because we would like to request approval from City Council to utilize a portion of those CARES Act funds to begin offering homeless outreach and case management services as of November 1st. This would provide us an opportunity to begin services before the winter sets and be responsive to the needs in our community. A few of the details of the program include engaging proactively and creating meaningful contacts and connections with individuals experiencing homelessness, work one-on-one and engage people in services, and then maintain active contact with them as participants go through the phases of community reintegration process. Also be a support and develop relationships with the local service providers, as noted earlier, track data and outcome measures. The outreach program would also work directly with the city's police department and with the Parks and Community Services Department, and act as a resource to the current approach to encampments and panhandling. Another note that I would like to make, since earlier tonight the community hall was mentioned as a space to provide the services, I would like to highlight that we had discussed space options with the food bank. While many of the services provided would be happening in the community, visiting encampments and where homeless individuals are, we are also trying to balance the need for a space. And the community hall, as mentioned, was discussed. Actually, currently, the existing case manager from the food bank has an office space at the community hall that they use for individual meetings. And in addition, we also discussed the food bank discussed with Eastside Fire Rescue the option to expand that existing space into the firehouse in one of their offices. We are also working with the other providers, especially the meal providers, in coming up with a schedule for the space and coordinate with their schedule as well to have access to the community hall for those services. Additional details regarding outcomes and program evaluation are included in your agenda packet, and we can discuss them in further details if needed. To summarize, though, we would like to propose to use $25,000 of the $63,000 originally allocated to be used for to cover city costs for this program. And other brief notes that I would like to make, perhaps I'm trying to summarize and see what would be helpful. But in terms of the 2021 funding, the cost, just trying to be very clear, the cost for the 2021 funding would come through the Human Services Grants process, and that is a program and a project that City Council can further discuss during the budget conversations, and then just keeping separate the agenda bill for tonight that basically focuses on reallocating the CARES Act money to begin this service sooner. And with that, I think I'm going to stop here. And again, we can go into further details regarding the outcomes or any other questions that council members might have.
Thank you, Monica. I believe City Administrator Bob Kowitz would like to make a comment as well.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I'd like to maybe take a couple steps backwards as to provide some additional context as to why we're here. Many of you have noticed, many of our community members have noticed a difference in the visibility of homeless individuals here in Issaquah. Certainly, this is not a new situation, but we have been seeing more people living outside, camping outside, more people at intersections soliciting for money. And one of the questions that has been raised by Mayor Pauley and many of you are, what are our existing programs? What are our existing tools that we use to try to provide assistance? So I wanted just to take a brief moment between Monica and Police Chief Scott Beerbaum, who's also on the line, to kind of talk about what our current practices and policies are in dealing with individuals who are homeless, individuals who find themselves living outside. One of the things I think you will hear is that we have good practices on an initial contact, but really very poor follow through. And I think the opportunity, recognizing what has already been recommended by the Human Services Commission for the year beginning January 1, that this was an opportunity to begin filling in what's apparently a fairly significant gap in helping people here in Issaquah. So, Monica, Chief Beerbaum, would you like to talk a little bit about what our current practices have been when we understand that there's individuals living outside, either in a tent, in a public structure, on private property, and what services we provide, what notifications we provide? Chief, do you want to start?
Yes, thank you, City Administrator Bob Gwicks, and thank you, City Council. This opportunity provides us an additional tool for our officers who are observing and contacting those in the community that are in need of housing. Currently, our current responses are our police officers or other city employees, such as some of our parks employees, initiate contact with those that appear to be experiencing homelessness. We have limited resources locally, as mentioned earlier in citizen comments. It would then hopefully localize and bring those resources that we have to bear to those individuals. Our police officers make contact. Our initial response is really only able to put a Band-Aid on what the issue is. We might be able to connect people to mobile crisis unit, which would respond and provide some initial services, maybe temporary housing. Again, trying to get somebody into access the different services through the system, but then not necessarily able to have that follow-up contact with those individuals. So this provides an additional opportunity to have more of that continuous contact, the proactive outreach, as opposed to sometimes reactive outreach that we currently have due to just balancing all calls for service within our community. I'll stop right there for now.
Monica, would you like to add anything?
Not at this time, unless if there's a specific desire to go into the processes.
We can see if, this is the mayor, we can see if council has any additional questions. I do know that council president has received some comments from the public that she would like to share with council this evening.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, this is Council President Hunt, and we did receive several emails. They were all we received 3 emails, all in support. One person wrote about firsthand experience seeing an increase in the need as a person working at the Issaquah Food and Clothing Bank, and then 2 other emails from residents that were in support of us going forward with this evening. Additionally, there was a question which I believe Monica answered regarding the community hall space and also the needs for equipment that would be associated with the program. And then also I realized that I didn't read comments that we had received on the last bill because we didn't really deliberate on the bill because we had new information. But I did want to acknowledge that we received on that last bill, which is the housing stability, local defense against eviction. We did receive a number of emails from residents on that as well. By my count, between now and the last time we spoke about that, we received 2 in support of mediation, one that contained data about the escalating number of folks in the region that are behind on rent and the racial disparity as well about people affected by the economic downturn in COVID and being behind on rent. And then also 2 in opposition, or one resident wrote about if it must pass, going with the mediation option, and then 1 in opposition with concerns about the defense against eviction being unfair to one particular housing sector. So I wanted to make sure that I acknowledge those as well for the sake of transparency.
Thank you for doing that. Back to AB 8044, we've had comment from the public that was written. Time for council questions. So if you have any questions on the information presented by Monica and our Police Chief and City Administrator tonight, please put those over in the chat box. I give a few seconds, and if the, oh, there we go. Let's start with Deputy Council President Ray.
Thank you, Mayor Pollock. This is Chris Ray. Two really quick questions. One is just to confirm that the money that we are discussing tonight is for the balance of 2020, and then we will look for something in the budget deliberations that would fund this position and these activities going forward into 2021. Is that correct?
Yes, it's correct. We're proposing to use CARES Act money for the balance of 2020 and included in the mayor's 2021 budget from the Human Services Board allocations is funds for this for the balance of 2021.
Just because I haven't gotten through the entire budget book yet, you know, what is the what's the ask for 2021?
Monica, do you have the precise number?
Yes, it is $73,000 for 2021.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Council President. Let's go to Councilmember DeMichelle.
Thank you, Mayor Polly. Monica, I know that Issaquah Food and Clothing Bank would administer this program, and we've had, you know, really excellent case management going on there already. Are we talking about adding personnel, or is this an extension of the current case manager's load? Or if you know the answer to that, I a little bit more information about how that's going to be handled at the Food and Clothing Bank. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much for that question. Yes, we are looking at expanding their case management services. We are currently working with the food bank on a job description that's being actually posted, I think, in the next day or two. And also we are coordinating with Eastside Fire Rescue with their MIH program that's also looking into an extension of services.
Monica, could you expand on MIH?
Yes, I apologize for that. It's the Mobile Integrated Health Team, and Issaquah Food and Clothing Bank is collaborating with Eastside Fire Rescue on that project, which focuses on working with repeat callers who are in need of social services in the Issaquah community.
Thank you. That's fantastic. Also have a question from Council President Hunt.
Thank you, Ms. Council President Hunt. As I mentioned, we did receive some specific questions about equipment needs and the need for phones and computers and those sorts of equipment to support a program where people might not have access to those things, especially now, it was pointed out, especially now when a lot of facilities are closed or there are health concerns with congregating. And so I wondered if you could speak to the equipment aspect of the program and how that will be dealt with, especially in the near term when we have a lot of health-related precautions about gathering.
Right, yes. Thank you so much for that question. The $25,000 that we are proposing tonight, those dollars include setup costs. Partially, the $25,000 would cover 2 months worth of staffing costs, and then about $10,000 to $12,000 setup costs for exactly those items that were mentioned, from computer and phone needs or other basic needs from hygiene and clothing that would be dispersed to the individuals that the case managers would engage with. So those are the initial costs that we would hope to use.
Council President Hunt, does that answer your question?
It does. I think the other piece is concern about the additional space needs because of COVID, but that I imagine also might need to be worked out, the concern that was expressed though.
Thank you. I am not seeing any additional questions or comments at this time. Would someone care to make a motion? Council President Hunt.
Thank you. I move to number 1, authorize an outreach and case management services for individuals experiencing homelessness pilot program as presented in AB 8044 beginning November 1st, 2020. And number 2, allocate $25,000 of the $63,850 Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security CARES Act funds designated to the city by the state of Washington that were previously allocated for reimbursement of expenses incurred by the city related to the pandemic at the September 21st, 2020 council meeting to fund the pilot program for the remainder of 2020. And number 3, direct the finance director to include the revenue and related expenditures in a subsequent 2020 budget amendment.
And Councilmember Goodman?
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Goodman here. I'd like to second that. Thanks.
Great. It's been moved and seconded. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Council President Hunt, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you. This is Council President Hunt. I think that there's a clear need for these services. While we haven't been discussing the specific program, I think we have discussed the need for connecting individuals experiencing homelessness with the services that they need multiple times. And definitely we've also seen an increase in the number of residents who have reached out with concerns about this. There's been an escalation in those concerns expressed to us. And so I appreciate that this was brought forward in a timely, very quick manner to expedite the program, and I am in support, and I will be interested to see in the budget deliberations about the future funding for the program. The one concern I had about the agenda item as was presented was I believe that it is in the agenda packet, it is suggested that we could use the Human Services grant funding for this in the future. And while I think that we can discuss that, I would also consider using other funding because that we have escalating needs in that area and potentially limited grant capacity as it is. Other than that, I'm very supportive of the program and we're not deciding on future funding this evening.
Thank you, Council President Hunt. Councilmember Goodman, would you like to make a comment? And then we'll be followed by Councilmember DiMichele.
I'm just very supportive and glad that this was brought forward sooner. So thank you.
Awesome. Councilmember DiMichele.
I have the same comment. I really commend the timeliness of this and the responsiveness to the members of our community. I also want to say that I'm very heartened by the way that it's been configured, that this individual, whoever it may be, who will be doing the outreach services is going to work with our entire community and with many key players who are needing to address homelessness, the school district, our police officers, many other people in the community. And I think that this will be a wonderful support for those individuals who have been dealing with homelessness and have not had the resources, as Chief Beerbaum said, to follow through. And hopefully we will begin to see people moving out of homelessness through this program. I have no illusions about how easy that will be. It won't be easy. It's a difficult process, but at least we will have someone out there working on it. So I too will be supporting this, and I commend Monica and everybody who worked on this for being so responsive. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember DiMichele. I am not seeing any other comments in the chat box, so I will reread the motion that is on the table. The motion is to authorize an outreach and case management services for individuals experiencing homelessness pilot program as presented in AB 8044, beginning November 1st, 2020, and allocating $25,000 of the $63,850 Coronavirus Aid Relief and Economic Security Act funds, or CARES Act funds, designated to the city by the state of Washington that were previously allocated for reimbursement of expenses incurred by the city related to the pandemic at the September 21st, 2020 council meeting, to fund the pilot program for the remainder of 2020, and to direct the finance director to include the revenue and related expenditures in the subsequent 2020 budget amendment. And we'll get the city clerk to call the roll call vote.
Yes, beginning with Councilmember Walsh.
Aye.
Councilmember DiMichele.
Aye.
Councilmember Goodman.
Aye.
Councilmember Hall.
Aye.
Council President Hunt.
Aye.
Councilmember Martz.
Aye.
Deputy Council President Ray.
Aye.
That's 7 ayes, 0 nays.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. That passes unanimously. We do still have another item on our agenda this evening, and it is AB 7941, establishing the Environmental Board and repealing IMC 18.03 regarding the Rivers and Streams Board. The request before Council this evening is to adopt the ordinance, and this item was last before Council at the August 3rd City Council meeting. Before we move into the presentation, City Administrator, you had suggested possibly moving this meeting to another night. We have had the Council here for almost 4 hours. Are we planning to continue with this item this evening?
I think that's really a question for the council. This has been 4 months of difficult work. We've had, this has been the third time it's been at the council. We've had 2 community meetings. We've been to planning policy twice. We feel that the ordinance is ready to move forward. We have a presentation ready. It would probably still be another half an hour, 45 minutes of discussion. But again, of all the work that we have done during the COVID-19 crisis, this is probably the single issue that we have devoted the most energy and time working with the community on. So if the council's up to it, we'd like to give it a try. If not, we'll come back on the 19th.
So I guess what I'd like to do is check in with the 7 council members. I know that some have very specific questions, and Councilmember Goodman mentioned earlier even a desire to send it back to planning policy. So this could be a lengthy conversation. What are your thoughts? Councilmember Goodman, why don't you take a crack at it first?
Thank you, I think. Councilmember Goodman here. I'm happy to do what everybody else wants to do. I'm happy to, if everybody else wants to listen to the presentation, that's fine. I am going to be, like I said earlier, going to be making a motion anyway to refer it back to PPC with 7 specific questions. And so it's really what everybody else wants to do.
So I will keep checking in. Councilmember DiMichele.
I would like to hear the presentation and hopefully move forward on this tonight. I'm looking back and remembering the night when we first started the discussion, and we talked about the urgency of getting this environmental board up and running. And so I would like, as City Administrator Bob Kowitz said, I'd like to give it a try tonight and see if we can get it across the finish line. Thank you.
Sounds good. Deputy Council President Ray.
If we can get this done tonight, I think that would be great. I think that Councilmember Goodman has some genuine concern. I would like to, before we even do the presentation, at least have a discussion about what the motivation for pushing this back to PPC would be, because what I don't want to do is to get down the road and then have that discussion later. So if we could do that first, I think that would be good, and I think that'll inform where we go from here.
So I have to check in with the city clerk on that, but noted, and I will. Councilmember DiMichele, you look like you've signed up again, or is that a mistake? Okay. Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Well, of course, I'm full throttle ahead because until we get to 7 hours and 45 minutes, we're not even historical. But I agree with Councilmember Ray that if the council is, we should consider sending it back first, because if we're going to send it back anyhow, we shouldn't. I wouldn't want to spend an hour on it and then just send it back. Would be my thought. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm not seeing anybody else wanting to comment. So, City Clerk, it sounds like there's could be a competing motion here, which is that the council may want to have a conversation about whether or not they want to refer it back and provide specific questions for planning policy to bring back to council. Do we have to move into the process, go through the presentation, and get to the motion stage in order to be able to do that from a process point of view?
Mayor Polly, not from a process point of view. There might be some practical benefit of hearing some of the updates, but from a process perspective, Councilmember Goodman or anyone else could make a motion on this item at this point.
Okay. So, Councilmember Goodman, if you'd like to make a motion and then talk about the points that you have in mind, we can have a discussion. And if there are a majority of votes, then it can move back. And if there is not a majority of votes, we will proceed with the presentation.
Okay, Councilmember Goodman here. Thank you. I guess one question I would have is, I could make a motion to refer this back to PPC at the first available opportunity to be returned to the council at the first available opportunity. And I would leave it up to the administration and leadership to figure out what those two dates are. And then I'll wait for a second, and then I think we have to talk about process a little bit.
Looking for a second. Oh, Deputy Council President Ray.
This is Chris Ray. I second that motion.
And now I'm going to go to the City Clerk and ask if it's okay not to have specific dates in there.
Mayor Polly, it really is useful, if not required, to have at least one date in there, so anyone who's following this issue has some sense of when they should be tuned in to hear about it next. So though maybe you can't anticipate the PPC meeting date, I think giving it a council return date would be wise.
City Administrator Bobkowitz, do you have a suggested council return date for the motion?
Well, I guess I'm more concerned about PPC. They have two meetings this week. I know one's a joint meeting with the Development Commission, and then another meeting. They're dealing with comprehensive plan amendments. My sense is that they would not be able to get to this for a while. I don't know if that's later in November or December. The council's calendar then is fairly full. The one meeting the council currently has in December is December 7th, which I believe would also be the comprehensive plan amendments, because that's normally a big meeting to have. So, it could very well be the January 4th or January 19th meetings of the council was when it would come back. And so I guess if you needed a date, I just don't know when planning policy would get to it. They've spent many, many hours already discussing this. And so my guess, if it's 7 questions, it could be many, many hours more. There have been a core group of members of the public who have been very actively engaged on this and have actively engaged at planning policy. So I just don't know how it comes back before January. And so the date would be the first council meeting in January, which would be January 4th.
And just a couple of comments. This is the mayor. Depending on what is on the comprehensive plan update, really determines whether or not that December conversation is a long one or not. Sometimes it's very quick because planning policy has done on the work. So I'm not really sure about whether or not that one is as controversial and amendment as the previous years, but I think there's possibility to have it on December 7th, depending on what's on the docket. So
Okay.
I throw that out there as an option.
Certainly.
So,
just trying to be realistic about the workload that's out there.
And it's also possible that if it's not ready for the 7th, it can move. So Councilmember Goodman, would you like to include a date in your motion?
Sure, let's do December 7th. And then my understanding, I guess we need a, do we need a?
The second needs to agree.
That would be Chris.
The second is more than happy. It's just a day that'll live in infamy. Just saying. More than happy to agree.
Okay, so let's go to some comments, and I'm looking in the chat box. Councilmember Goodman, you asked to make a comment?
That was, no, I think that was an old one. So if there's a second, then what's the next? Don't we need to talk about what the actual proposal would be?
Yes, I think this would be your opportunity to say, for the following reasons, I believe these questions were not answered, and just sort of put them on the record.
Great, thank you. So I did spend time, I didn't watch, I listened, because I go on long walks and listen. It's very great to have something fun to listen to on long walks and runs. So anyway, I listened to many, many hours of the Financing Policy Commission, and it's not that I don't believe their work isn't good, or I don't believe that the administration's work isn't good. However, I have concerns that, in the words of the Planning Policy Commission, and they had many, many comments about this, the cake not being fully baked, not having time, it's not perfect. We know it's not perfect. It'll have to be, it needs, I guess it'll have to evolve. They expressed concern that they wanted to see it back. They expressed concern that they weren't able to see all the amendments and what the public was talking about in written form, that they, some of these are my words. It was difficult to consider all of that. There was some information that was provided the night before the meeting, which the public commented did not give them an opportunity to present comments in writing. That made it a little more difficult for PPC to fully consider those comments, which I can understand. There were a lot of comments about needing just one more meeting. They completely understood that things don't have to be perfect. They don't want to get hung up on perfect, and I agree with that. I understand. But some of the things that were said for resolution made me uncomfortable personally, and that is that we can come back, we can make changes, we can revise. PPC might be able to see it. The council can revise. I've lived through several of these things. I will mention the Central Issaquah Plan as one, where we were told we can turn around and revise things. It took us a moratorium in order to revise the Central Issaquah Plan. And to use Councilmember Mart's, measure twice and cut once. It is important. The community is invested. The community and the council is very invested in this. So, and at the very end of the meeting, I have to say, for folks who didn't watch it, there was a recommendation to come back to the council with some recommendations in a letter, and it was an awkward moment, and I thought maybe it wasn't even going to get a motion. My sense is that there are several members that were uncomfortable even supporting it. That's my editorializing. However, I am not in favor of just sending it back to do more work. I am proposing that we send it back with specific questions for the commission to answer based on questions that I believe the community asked that didn't get answered, and questions that I sensed from specific questions that PPC members asked that they would like an opportunity to answer those questions. And so I've written those down. If you'd like me to read them so you can get a sense of how specific they are, I can do that.
I think that would be very helpful.
I'm sorry that this is long. I'm sorry that I'm talking so long. In their letter, they had, I think it was 3 items. Under my question for them, in your letter, under number 1, you, as in PPC, expressed a desire that decisions should have greater transparency. Are there any other changes to the proposal you recommend that would increase transparency, in addition to recommending that the board be made aware of projects without critical areas and why the administration determined community review was not necessary? I just wanted them to have an opportunity to expand more on transparency. They were very concerned about transparency. Number 2 of their letter, would they please further explain how the environmental board should be given flexibility to determine topics it addresses? What is lacking and how can that be fixed in your opinion? Number 3, do you recommend that transportation projects with critical areas or significant tree impacts be included, not just the transportation improvement plan? And please explain. This was brought up several times, and the answer I heard was, we have incorporated the transportation improvement plan, but not transportation projects. I listened to the full almost 3 hours, and I didn't hear an answer to that. And I think that the PPC deserves an answer to the reasoning behind that's not being recommended, and then whether or not PPC recommends it. Do you recommend adding significant tree, non-critical area tree projects be included? Number 5, should duty number 4 in the ordinance be revised to require the board to work with staff to develop and maintain the checklist? A, for all public and private projects, and B, for the purpose of gathering data for the board to evaluate the performance of city regulations toward environmental goals and objectives? Number 6, under duties and responsibilities under subsection 8, would you recommend adding city council to the end? So subsection 8 would read, carry out other duties as may be prescribed by city ordinance or as directed by the mayor, and add or city council. I was interested to know if they had concerns about having the mayor have the ability to have, only the mayor have that ability, and express concern that they have, or it said no concern with Mayor Polly, but you never know who the mayor's going to be. And 7, please provide a recommendation regarding the topic environmental security and climate security that one of the commissioners brought up a few times. I never really understood during that long meeting what the conversation had been between that commissioner and staff, so it was just very confusing. And then number 8, just give them, obviously they can provide any other recommendations or feedback that comes up during that meeting. But those were all very specific concerns that I have after listening to that meeting based on questions that weren't answered and comments that I heard from PPC that were stated several times. So anyway, that's my reasoning, and it's not to say that, anybody has done a bad job, but PPC, I think, deserves an opportunity to finish the work that they've started, and that's my reasoning.
Thank you. And Councilmember Ray, you did second it, maybe for discussion or maybe because you wanted to speak to it next.
No, mostly I seconded that because I think we need to have that discussion. And whether or not warrants moving back, and if there are significant questions still remaining to be answered by PPC. I agree with Councilmember Goodman. Sometimes we say, well, we can move this forward and we'll figure it out as we go. But then we get down the road and it becomes harder to figure it out once we get there. So, and I know that we've been working on this a long time, and this is something that's really important to the community. But I also want to make sure we get it right, because this is something we've been working on for a long time and is really important to the community. And, we may or may not have, an urgent need to close this up right away. So, one of my questions is, as we debate this is, so what's the implication of pushing this out a couple, essentially a month? What does that do to us? And so I need to understand that before we decide how to balance up the benefits of getting it done with giving ourselves more time to get these questions answered that the PPC has surfaced.
So I'm going to let City Administrator Bobkowitz talk about what impacts that might be, and then it looks like we have some more questions coming. So, City Administrator Bobkowitz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. The discussions on this point have been fascinating. There is a lot of pent-up frustration among members of the council and the community that we have not, as a community, looked at projects as we should with an environmental focus. There's a lot of pent-up frustration that there's lots of larger policy questions that we have ignored as a community, and a great desire to have a citizen group focus on them. We've had multiple community meetings. We've had multiple touches at planning policy. We've had multiple touches here at the city council. There's a fundamental policy question that only you all can decide, and that is, what is the scope of this group? There are members of the community that want every single project, every single permit to have public scrutiny through community meetings, through this board, through other boards. We can do that. That is what councils do. They take community standards and translate them into policy. But there are consequences to that. There are consequences of time. There are consequences of staffing. And the previous discussions that we've had with the city council, my understanding of them has been that there's been an interest in looking at the larger policy questions and not a review of every single project. The discussion at planning policy, which has been guided by members of the community who feel very strongly that there should be a community review of everything, that staff has not been good stewards, that quite honestly Title 18 has not been a good steward. So the solution is to provide a community process for every single project that we have. We've come before the council the last time and talked about this before we went back to planning policy to say that there needs, from staff's opinion, there needs to be some threshold for that. That has been rejected by some members of the community, has been rejected by some members of planning policy. That's up for the council to decide. The consequences of that are staffing and time, and the ability to not have any time to talk about larger issues. And so I think we're at a crossroads here. We can go back to planning policy and ask the questions, and I think what you will hear is some members of planning policy who feel, based on community comment, that everything should be looked at, everything should be reviewed. And if that's the case, then that's great. And we will have to look at what kind of staffing. We will have to work with homeowners. We will have to work with land developers and say that those processes are going to be very long. Finally, my concern is who's going to serve on this board. You know, how many nights a month can we ask people to look at specific projects and then turn around and say, there's a great desire for a climate action plan in this community. What are we doing there? There's a great desire to look at how we use our natural resources. There's a great desire to do a whole variety of things, but here are 22 projects that you need to sit and review either directly or review someone else's review. And so, Madam Mayor, members of the council, it's a real fundamental question. And I think if there are members of the council this evening who can voice, do you want this group to have the detailed review that some in the community would like, then that's great. And I think planning policy can help flesh that out. If you're instead feeling what you have said on two separate occasions as a group, that you're looking for this to be a larger policy group, then I don't know sending this back to planning policy furthers that goal. So Madam Mayor, again, we stand by this is so important to get right, but it's also so important to do right. And to have proper staffing and have members of the community that are going to be prepared to spend a lot of time on these issues, that's another component. And as your city administrator, I'm concerned that this will be all-encompassing, but might fail because we just don't have enough resources, both volunteer and staff, to put behind it.
Thank you, City Administrator Bob Kutz. We do have a few more comments and questions, but I just wanted to add a bit of information to the City Council's consideration tonight for some recruiting that I've been doing for other boards and commissions. Development Commission has always been a project-by-project review group, not dealing with policy, but dealing with my headset might die, dealing with the application of the code to an individual parcel. They have had environmental resources on it before, and I am currently looking at interviewing, I believe we have now 6 candidates. some with strong environmental experience. It isn't that there is no environmental review, and Development Commission does not review all projects, but their focus is so different than planning policy, which stays at the policy level. To try and create an environmental commission that is policy and project attracts two different kinds of people, those that are interested in the details of the project and those that want to form climate action policy. I think you've got to kind of pick a lane and decide what you want to do. I'm hoping that this interim recruitment that I'm doing adds some environmental muscle to the Development Commission, but there is already some there. So I do think it's important. I don't have an opinion on whether it goes back or not, but I do think that this isn't going to be everything to everybody. So anyway, just some thoughts. I didn't know if you all knew that I was doing that recruiting or not. Next one up for comment is Councilmember Goodman.
Thank you, Councilmember Goodman here. I just wanted to follow up a little bit. So I don't disagree with anything that's said from either of you. This isn't about this isn't about me wanting to elicit some certain answer. This is about allowing PPC to finish their job. All the things that Mayor Polly just said, and I didn't get those answers. The answer I heard to the question about transportation projects was basically, and I'm summarizing, and I mean no disrespect at all to anybody, is basically it was, yes, we heard, and instead we included the TIP. I didn't hear any reasoning. I didn't hear PPC get an opportunity to talk about that. And I'm not saying that I agree that every single project needs to be reviewed. I didn't hear any talks about this is why we don't recommend that all the transportation projects or the significant tree projects get reviewed by the environmental board. That conversation didn't happen, at least not in the meeting that I listened to. That's my concern. I'm not trying to elicit certain answers. These are the concerns that I think still have to be addressed by PPC based on what they said, what I heard, lack of information. Again, no disrespect. That's why we have a policy commission to make recommendations to us. So if the council tonight is not interested in referring this back, then I think we're going to have to get into significant details, and because there are going to be a lot of questions, and we're going to need to refer this to another meeting because there are a lot of questions.
Right, and we've heard your questions so far. It may be that council members want to add to the list that you've read as well. Thank you. Councilmember DiMichele. You're on mute.
Okay,
there you go.
That's $1 for me. All right. I don't know that we should be in the business of finishing the PPC's work for them. We have a letter from the Planning Policy Commission that was signed by the chair. It was dated September 28th, and it was included in the packet, and it has 3 recommendations that they sent to us. And that, to me, is the official statement that came out of that meeting. And it's duly noted, and we certainly can discuss tonight whether we want to include the recommendations as amendments to the ordinance. But when we get a signed letter from one of our commissions, that to me is their official statement about what they were willing to recommend. And the fact that there were questions that were unanswered that night, maybe they were unanswered because no one felt compelled to ask anything further. I just don't think that we as a council should be going back to a planning policy commission and saying, you didn't finish your work. They did finish their work. They sent us a letter. It's in the packet. And that should stand as their official statement that they all agreed to as a commission. So I think that we should take that letter and discuss that if we want to, if the council wants to. But I will also say that I take Wally's comments to heart that we need to decide, what is the exact nature of this new environmental board. Again, going back to where we started, there was a lot of discussion about the urgency of climate change. We see that all around us. We saw that with the wildfires in California, and we are arguing here over, not arguing, I am sorry, I apologize for that word. We are discussing, the intent of Policy Planning Commission, when I think we should be focused on the outcome that we want from this environmental board. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Walsh.
Thank you. My main concern with this is whether or not the environmental board would be able to be available for Title 18 and the questions that we have for them that will come up fairly soon. And so I'm wondering about the timeline of that. If we send this back to PPC and then it has to come back to us and then we vote on it and then we have to staff out that board or recruit for that board, what timeline we're looking at? Question mark.
If I may, Madam Mayor, Megan Curtis Murphy, who hasn't had an opportunity to say anything yet this evening, so I'll say good evening, Megan. I know that you've been looking at the timeframes for recruiting. Can you talk about what your thoughts were at this point?
Sure. In talking with the clerks, good evening, this is Megan Curtis Murphy. In talking with the clerks department, we wanted to do about a 3-week recruitment. From previous experiences, 2 weeks didn't quite seem to be enough. They've often been extended. We are going to be recruiting for 12 members, so we want to provide adequate time. So about 3 weeks recruitment. We'd be able to do interviews soon after that. With thinking about timeline, we are hoping to start recruitment as soon as this Friday, have that open for 3 weeks, try to do interviews beginning of November, and then bring it back at a later meeting in November to appoint the members and get a first meeting by the end of this year, was our original goal if we move forward on it this evening. If not, I think we would just have to bump that back by however many weeks approximately until we're able to pass the ordinance.
Councilmember Walsh, did you have a follow-up question?
Well, yeah, I was going to try and date that out in my head if what we were saying, go back to PPC, was it, and be back here by December 7th?
Correct. So we would try, I think, to start the recruitment then shortly after December 7th. 3 weeks takes us to just about Christmas. So I think we would try to have those applications due before Christmas. Then we would do interviews right after the first of the year, then be able to get to the council hopefully by the end of January with appointments, hopefully then having a first meeting sometime in February.
Okay, so then to clarify, if we were to move forward with the proposal tonight, we would potentially have a first meeting in December. If we were to go back to PPC, the earliest we would be looking at is probably February for a first meeting, and that's assuming there isn't any more back and forth. Is that correct?
Yes, I think that's reasonable.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hall.
Thanks, Mayor Polly. This is Zach Hall. I have a comment and then also a quick question if that's appropriate. But I just wanted to say on camera, as one of the council members who in previous meetings has said on camera, that I support it being more of a policy function, because if we can't really focus a lot of time on Title 18 and climate change, then that's the ball game in my head. I'm thinking long term. That being said, I think that these questions are appropriate, and I'm really interested in hearing the answers to it and how it may influence my thinking. So I'm going to support this. Oh, and my question. Can we not conduct interviews before we pass an ordinance? Or is there some legal something in there?
Well, I think if I may, Councilmember Hall, members of the council, one of the challenges we don't know what we're recruiting for yet. I mean, I think as we have talked to community members, there are some community members very excited about doing policy. There are some community members very excited about looking at site plans and asking questions about, you know, specific issues with parcels, but those are not necessarily the same people. And so I think we need first to know what this group is going to be asked to do. And then once we know, then we'll be able to recruit.
Okay, thank you.
And Council President Hunt?
Thank you. This is Council President Hunt. I was just revisiting the letter that we received from the chair of the PPC and on behalf of the PPC. And they do ask that council consider 3 things, including that decisions in the proposal would have greater transparency, that the board be given flexibility to decide what topics it addresses, and then also a 6-month review cycle. But I think that they recommended that we consider those things, and then they pass the ball to us as elected officials to consider those concerns and make a decision. I am concerned at this point, based on some conversations that I've had, I'm concerned about people that have been following this process, community members who are really concerned about the environment, really interested in the environment, interested in serving on a board. Their enthusiasm in some conversations, their enthusiasm has waned over the course of this process and how long it has taken. And so I would be very concerned if we kicked this back with questions, also questioning where the PPC landed as a, I think that they asked us to consider these things and it was clear. So I'm in favor of considering those things and moving forward. I also think that we have received a lot of community input and I want to act with a sense of urgency on this because I do think that it is very important to the community and I want to proceed.
Councilmember Mertz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to proceed forward this evening. I think that this isn't the strategic plan. This is something that we can make decisions on and then make changes down the road. We have that ability. This is a new body. We won't get it perfectly right tonight or in the next meeting. We will put something in place and we'll see how it works and we will make revisions based on that. So I would like to move forward this evening. Thank you.
Council President Hunt.
Thank you. I did also want to add one more comment, which is I had a question. There was some emailed comments regarding projects with significant trees and those being considered also significant impacts to trees. And so I had a question that I asked of Megan, and I believe it got shared with the Development Services Department and others. But the bottom line was that we don't actually have code to support what is significant trees. And so that would be, if that were to be there, it would probably be need to be a change in code. And I think this speaks to, we have broader policy questions that we need to address within Title 18 and within our code that need to be looked at to address some of these things. And if we're questioning specific wording, I think that we will have another opportunity to look at some of these policy level impacts with the Title 18 work, and we should absolutely do that. But I also think we have some higher level policy questions that we need to work through before we can start looking, even if we wanted to get into the project level. And as I've said before, I think that the higher level is where we need to be at this point with this board and looking at higher level policies that will have an umbrella over many projects.
Thank you. Councilmember Goodman, I wanted to come back to you to see if you had any final comments or any suggestions about resolution to getting answers to those questions without sending it back to planning policy. But are those a series of questions that you would want staff to answer either this evening or an additional information for the council, which could also loop back to planning policy at some point as well. Would that address your concern?
Thank you, Councilmember Goodman here. I think it would make for a long meeting tonight. It's 11 o'clock. And although we have one council member who would like to potentially work 7.5 hours, I am not one of them. And I would strongly oppose trying to dig in and revise the code. The questions I asked, the answers were not presented. So it's not that I'm trying to get a different answer. The answers were not presented. And so, and I'm personally not interested in trying to get all of those questions answered into revised code and try to understand something that's going to be a brand new board. And I guess the other comment I would make is I'm not questioning their work. I do not believe that they were given an opportunity to finish their work. They were very uncomfortable making a recommendation. I would encourage you to watch it. So I am not happy with, personally not happy with how the work was concluded because they had a lot of questions. So I think their final recommendation was based on what they had to work with. I do not believe that it is they would have done the same thing had they had an opportunity to finish their deliberations. That's my concern. We're headed into the holidays. There have also been comments about heading into the holidays and whether we can really get this board up and going with the holidays before us anyway. So anyway, if it is the will, if we take a vote and it is the will of the council to not refer it back, then I think we need to bring it back at a different meeting because there really is quite a hefty amount to talk about.
So let's do this in two parts then. This is the mayor. Let's vote on the motion on the floor, which is the referral back to planning policy. And then we'll have another conversation about what the next steps are, because it is 11 o'clock and I can tell that there is a lot of interest in this item. A lot. So with no further, President Hunt, did I get to you for your comment? Okay. The motion on the floor is to refer AB 7941 to the Planning Policy Commission to a date to be determined to be returned to the City Council on or before December 7th, 2020. We'll do a roll call vote. The clerk?
First, we have Councilmember DiMichele.
No.
Councilmember Goodman.
Yes.
Councilmember Hall.
Aye.
Council President Hunt.
Nay.
Councilmember Martz.
Nay.
Deputy Council President Ray.
Aye.
Councilmember Walsh.
Nay.
That's 3 ayes, 4 nays.
So the motion does not go forward. I think the point that Councilmember Goodman made up about what could be reasonably accomplished tonight is a good one. City Administrator Bobkowitz, if the council chose to move this to another meeting, what would we be looking at on the planning calendar?
Mayor, members of the council, I think we could put this on for your next meeting on the 19th. Ms. Geezer, is that I don't have the planning calendar up. Oh, here it is. Right now we have lodging tax committee items as the 2 items of regular business plus community planning and development fees. So those are the 3 regular business items, and then a visit Issaquah update as an informational item. So it already is somewhat a busy meeting. The next regular meeting after that is November 2nd. And there are budget issues on there as well, and the Title 18 update.
So I'm looking for direction from council. It's 11 o'clock. We have much to do on this one. If someone would care to make a motion about continuing this item to October 19th, it would allow us to talk about next steps. Councilmember Goodman.
Thank you. I would make a motion to postpone AB 7941 to the October 19th, 2020 council meeting.
And is there a second? Council President Hunt.
Second.
Thank you. And right before that, we had a question from Councilmember Hall, I believe.
Yeah, Mayor Polly, this is Councilmember Hall. I was just going to ask a logistical question if it might be possible for us to just schedule a special city council meeting to address this.
City Administrator Bobkowitz.
That is harder to do right now only because of the budget calendar.
Okay.
So you have a meeting tomorrow night. You have a study session on the 13th. The week of the 19th, there's only one meeting. The week of the 27th, there's only one meeting. If you wanted to have a meeting on the 26th, on the Monday, that might work. That's a week later.
So right now we're considering the 19th. Anybody want to weigh in on thoughts of moving it further out and giving it its own night, like Monday the 26th? Any thoughts?
Madam Mayor, sorry, this is Councilmember Martz. I would like to consider the 26th. I think that it's, we should. This is an important topic. Clearly, people feel very strongly about it, and I'd like to be fresh. And I would be fine with the 26th. I don't know how other people feel. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? I think you can just raise your hand because we're not doing anything complicated. Who else? Barb, go ahead. Councilmember DeMichelle, followed by Council President Hunt.
Yeah, the 26th would be fine with me.
Thank you. Council President
Hunt. Thank you. That date would also be fine with me, and it does seem that we keep having new items pop up, and so that would likely be a full agenda on the 19th, the way things are going.
Thank you. Any other council members? Councilmember Goodman, I have you up.
Thank you, Councilmember Goodman here. Do we need to make an amendment to change it to, so moved. I will change the meeting date in the motion to October 26th, and then that probably needs a second to amend it.
Council President Hunt?
I agree.
Thank you very much. And so the motion, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor Polly. We also will need a start time for that special meeting.
It's a Monday, but not a regular Monday. Council night, 7 p.m. start is probably fine.
11 p.m.
11 p.m. We're starting at 11. Take a nap. Everybody take a nap so you're ready. Does that need to be in the motion, Tisha?
Maybe we can just ask, are any council members, is there an objection to amending the motion to postpone to 7 p.m. October 26th for a special meeting?
Not seeing any objections.
Okay. And then there will need to be you're doing it. We'll need to take a vote.
Yes. So the motion before you is to postpone AB 7941 to the October 26th meeting, to an October 26th meeting at 7 p.m. Is there any further discussion? I have Councilmember Goodman, followed by Councilmember Hunt. No, I do not. I have Council President Hunt.
Thank you. I just wanted to acknowledge that we have received a number of email comments, but since we're continuing this to the other meeting, I think it would make sense to wrap them all up, and I will report them out as summaries at the next meeting, if that makes sense, because again, we aren't voting on the main motion this evening.
I think that does make sense. Thank you. Seeing no other comments, I'll have the city clerk do a roll call vote on the motion.
Starting with Councilmember Goodman.
Aye.
Councilmember Hall.
Aye.
Council President Hunt.
Aye.
Councilmember Martz.
Aye.
Deputy Council President Ray.
Aye.
Councilmember Walsh.
Aye.
Councilmember DiMichele.
Aye.
That's 7 ayes, 0 nays.
Thank you. That passes unanimously to move this item to the October 26th meeting at 7 p.m. I did have a question for Councilmember Goodman. In the series of questions that you had listed that you felt were unanswered, is your expectation that at the October 26th meeting, there will be some information from staff that answers those questions?
Thank you, Councilmember Goodman here. I was going to say that I will be sending those questions, emailing those questions to administration, and then of course any other council members can send in questions that they might have. And I was expecting that the answers would be in the packet that we get before that meeting, not answered at the meeting, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Let me find my little script. Getting a little punchy. It's getting a little late. Okay, well, Megan, I want to thank you for staying with us tonight, and we'll see you again on the 26th. Next up is good of the order. Did anybody bring anything for good of the order this evening? Seeing some head nods, no. So I will talk about a few of the upcoming council meetings. The following meetings will be held virtually. We'll have a city council study session tomorrow, October 6th at 6:30 p.m. The topic will be the 2021 proposed budget overview. A city council study session on Tuesday, October 13th at 6:30 p.m. Potential agenda items include the Affordable Housing Update, the Title 18 Land Use Code Ad Hoc Committee Update, a City Council regular meeting on Monday, October 19th. Potential agenda items include the Visit Issaquah Annual Update, Climate Convening Recommendations, Lodging Tax Advisory Committee funding requests, Community Planning and Development fees, and public hearings on property tax levy and revenue sources, and the preliminary 2021 budget. And as discussed this evening, a special council meeting on Monday, the 26th at 6:30 p.m. at 7 p.m. to talk about the formation of the environmental board. The next item on the agenda this evening is executive session, which was held earlier this evening. And so therefore, there being no additional business, this meeting is adjourned at 11:10 p.m. Good night, all.